Start streaming. Start. Docs and chat. Okay, sorry. Now we're...
And what they want are solutions, and they want a president of the United States who's not playing political games with the issue,
I hear you,
but actually is focused on fixing
Six
it.
Democrats voted against that bill. It would have allowed 1.8 million illegal immigrants into the country a year. A lot of conservatives had a problem with it. These are the 6 Democrats. But more importantly, back to the original premise, Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration, well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed.
Has anyone fact-checked these individual stories? Because
this is well before any negotiation. Before. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe those families an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There's no question about that.
We're watching the Fox News.
And I can't imagine
if you want to look at
the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So
there's a really strong contrast to make.
What's that?
That answer she just started giving, which is, that's tragic. I can't imagine the pain. That's awful.
Mm-hmm.
A loss that should not have occurred. A similar question was brought up today at Donald Trump's Fox News, like, women's town hall thing.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the questioners was like starting her question and said, was talking about the family of the woman in Georgia who like bled out in a parking lot because of the AB laws.
I think we can say abortion. Let's say abortion.
Okay, abortion laws.
We'll stop. I think it's fine. Yeah.
So she was like starting a question about that woman's family. And she said, well, they're actually doing like some kind of TV spot or something. They're counter programming us right now with an interview on CNN or something like that. And Trump laughed and said, well, good. That'll help our ratings. That's awful. It was a preventable thing. I can't imagine the loss that family is going through. Good. That family being interviewed on CNN or whatever will help our ratings for this town hall. That's the contrast.
Can you find me that?
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't know about that. Really?
Yeah. And the audience laughed. Of
course they did, because they're fucking...
that is true.
I think that would make a really good video. Just show the two answers.
If border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock trying to hold it all together.
Madam Vice President.
To ensure that no future harm would occur. And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungari's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I am so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in all fairness, I told you, I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
During that time, you said repeatedly that the border was secure. When in your mind did it start becoming a crisis?
I think we've had a broken immigration system transcending, by the way, Donald Trump's administration even before. Let's all be honest about that. I have no pride in saying that this is a perfect immigration system. I've been clear, I think we all are, that it needs to be fixed. We need more. I was just down at the border talking with border agents, and they will tell you, and I'm sure I know you investigate and you are a serious journalist. They will tell you we need more judges. We need to process those cases faster. We need the support for those cases that should be prosecuted. They need more resources, and Congress ultimately is the only place that's going to get fixed, Brad. Well, that's how this system works.
That's the premise of this question. There were 90-plus executive orders that were rescinded in the first days. Many of those were Trump border policies. I'm not going to stay here because there's other things to talk about, but you frequently talk to the Border Patrol Union for support of that bipartisan bill, and they did. They supported it. But they also just endorsed Donald Trump and said, you've been, quote, a failure with border security. Why do you think
they don't know how laws are fucking
I think they're frustrated.
They don't know how laws are passed.
They want support. They want support, and that's what that border security bill would have done. These guys down at the border, these men and women, they're working hard. They're working around the clock. I get it.
There's a lot of people that look back at what you said in 2019 when you first ran for president. And there have been changes, and you've talked about some of them. When it comes to immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's license, to qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
If that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
We are very clear, and I am very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law, and that is exactly what we will do.
So decriminalizing border crossings, like you said in 2019.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings, and I've not done that as vice president. I will not do that as president.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
But let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running for president who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations, from the Sinaloa cartel to the Guadalajara cartel, to people who have trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings. I have spent a significant part of my career going after people who present a threat to the safety of the American people and cross our border with the intent of doing us harm and cross our border illegally. And I will do that work as vice president. I take that work quite seriously.
This is a time when voters, especially here in Pennsylvania, are inundated with commercials and ads. They just want it to stop because it's every commercial. But many of them add noise, but a few of them seem to break through. This particular one from the Trump campaign has gotten a lot of attention.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
So are you still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law, and it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report, that under Donald Trump's administration, these surgeries were available on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition surgeries
You got to
happened
take
during
responsible for what
his
happened in your
presidency.
administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in this presidency.
It's in
so
black and white.
would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment
I will
surgeries?
follow the law, just as I think Donald Trump would say he did.
You would have a say as president.
Like I said,
That's not how laws are written.
He spent $20 million on those ads, trying to create a sense of fear in the voters because he actually has no plan in this election that is about focusing on the needs of the American people. Whereas, at $20 million on that ad,
What did New York Times
on an issue
report
that,
today?
as it relates to the biggest issues that affect the American people, it's really quite remote. And again, his policy was no different. Look at where we are, though.
They say
On plans for the American people,
move on.
I'm offering a plan to deal with affordable housing. I'm offering a plan to deal with what we need to do to strengthen small businesses, which are the backbone of America's economy. I am offering a plan that is about taking care of young parents and giving them the support they need. My plans for the economy will strengthen the economy, as have been reviewed by 16 Nobel laureates, Goldman Sachs, Moody's, and recently the Wall Street Journal, which have all studied our plans and have indicated my plans for our economy would strengthen our economy, his would make them weaker, would ignite inflation, and invite a recession by the middle of next year. Those are the facts.
Why do you think more people say they trust him on the economy than they trust you?
I think that
Do more people say that?
At an analysis of our plans for what we would do as president of the United States, it has been clear to those who study and understand how economic policy works that moving forward, because I do believe the American people are ready to turn the page on the divisiveness and the type of rhetoric that has come out of Donald Trump. People are ready to chart a new way forward, and they want a president who has a plan for the future and a plan that is sound and will strengthen our country. My plan for the economy does exactly that. His plan would be, again, to give tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations in our country and blow up our deficit.
It's interesting you said turn the page, Madam Vice President. You were asked on 2 different shows last week what, if anything, you would do differently than President Biden. Here's what you said.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I noticed.
And so that would be one change in terms of, but also I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump.
So you're not Joe Biden, you're not Donald Trump, but nothing comes to mind that you would do differently?
Let me be very clear.
I'm dating a sober
My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like every new president that comes into office, I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas. I represent a new generation of leadership. For example, I'm someone who has not spent the majority of my career in Washington, D.C. I invite ideas, whether it be from the Republicans who are supporting me, who were just on stage with me minutes ago, and the business sector, and others who can contribute to the decisions that I make about, for example, my plan for increasing the supply of housing in America and bringing down the cost of housing, addressing the issue of small businesses, which is about working with the private sector to bring more capital and access to capital to our small business leaders, including my plan for a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and for small businesses, extending the tax deduction from $5,000 to $50,000.
We've heard a lot about those plans in recent days. Your campaign slogan is a new way forward, and it's time to turn the page. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we have been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country and have Americans literally point fingers at each other. rhetoric and an
Wait,
approach to leadership that suggests that the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down instead of what we all know. The strength of leadership is based on who you lift up. The strength of an American president, which is one who understands that the vast majority of us have more in common than what separates us. That is turning the page.
That's what I want.
That is about turning the page on rhetoric that people are frankly exhausted of, Brett.
More than
people
70%
are
of people
exhausted.
tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track,
but I think it was on Amazon.
that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying. 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
Talk about Congress.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know
The
what
thing
I'm
I hate
talking
about, I hate that poll.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade,
I hate the poll that says 70% of people think the country's on the wrong track.
What's that?
I hate that poll that says, I hate polls that say 80% of people think the country's going in the wrong direction. Because I think the country's going in the wrong direction because I'm worried about Trumpism and MAGA.
Yeah.
And like,
I
so
know, I
there's
hate
no
those too, 'cause
clarity
I
to like
answer those-
what that poll.
I answer those polls too, and I say the same fucking thing. But I'm also fully fucking aware of the laws that have been passed in the last few years, the fucking Supreme Court rulings that have been, handed down in the last few years.
Right.
Like, yeah, I know. I'm very concerned. I know exactly what the fucking Republican Party has been up to this whole time. And like, I've been seeing their change. I've been seeing what Fox News is doing. I've been talking to fucking people, from all around the country in here. Yeah, I'm very concerned about the direction this country is going in, but not
And my mom is concerned about the direction the country's going in because she's worried about, transgender people using the women's bathroom. Like, there's no context for why in a poll like that people think the country's going in the wrong direction. So for him to use that and then say, and you're like, you guys have been president, you and Joe Biden have been president and vice president for 4 years. Why are you guys going in the wrong direction according to Americans is so disingenuous.
Yeah. It's like, maybe if like we could chill the fuck out, if you guys stopped being
I have bad connection.
The way you are. Yeah, I see you dropped. Like, yeah, maybe if you guys stopped making it so fucking difficult to function and move forward on this timeline called history. Maybe, I'm also like afraid that the fucking planet is dying. We just saw 2 hurricanes knock out a bunch of people, create a bunch of climate refugees, literal climate refugees. And this is like what we were talking about like a few weeks ago. And like, I hate to be right, but like, here's the fucking proof I was fucking right. We were talking about this of like, okay, well, if you really want fewer people coming to the US in the coming decades, you might want to give a shit about the climate, because the largest displacer of people is going to be climate catastrophe. And it already is. And like, lo and behold, here we've got a bunch of fucking American climate refugees within our borders. I'm fucking concerned. I'm fucking concerned about the direction we're all going in. We're all fucked because we're all fucked. Like, what do you mean? Sorry, I'm losing it. I'm sorry. I'll keep playing it.
Over the last decade, it is clear to me, and certainly the Republicans who are on stage with me, the former chief of staff to the president, Donald Trump, former defense secretaries, national security advisor, and his vice president, one, that he is unfit to serve, that he is unstable, that he is dangerous, and that people are exhausted with someone who professes to be a leader who spends full time demeaning and engaging in personal grievances and it being about him instead of the American people. People are tired of that.
If that's the case, why is half the country supporting him? Why is he beating you?
Half the country doesn't support him.
Why, if he's as bad
I hope
as you
she
say,
says half the country doesn't
this
support him.
country is now supporting this person who could be
Half the country does not
47th
support
president of the United States. Why is that happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
I know, but
It's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be a cakewalk for anyone.
So are they misguided, the 50%?
Yeah, firstly, 50% of the country do not like him. 50% of maybe voters, sure. Republicans make up 30% of the fucking, like, I think a little under 30%. I think it's like around 29% of the of voters. That's who supports him. 30 fucking percent, not half the fucking country. And I wish you fucking caught that, because that's such, like, come on. That's such a fucking rookie move. Not half the country. No.
What is it?
I would never say that about the American people. And in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former president today. Horace Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody.
He said it on another interview.
They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest man. No, it's true. No, but think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So, Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
Well, he was asked about that specific.
Yeah, he was asked about it, and he said,
respect to you. That was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest. He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the president of the United States, in the United States of America, should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it. And this is what is at stake, which is why you have someone like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying what Mark Milley has said about Donald Trump being a threat to the United States of America.
He's quoted in the Bob Woodward book that way, yes. Let me ask you this, Madam Vice President. You call Donald Trump.
The significance of that.
Also, I just want to say, like, yeah, this is, obviously I don't watch much Fox News, but, like, this is such a great example of the fucking dishonesty, right? Where they're like, oh, you said that Trump said this at or she said, Trump said this at a rally, which I'm pretty sure there's reports of it, but then
he said it in a Maria Bartiromo interview on Fox.
Yeah, so he said it in a rally, and then he said
and a rally, and it wasn't just off the cuff. It was in the prepared remarks. You can read the speech that he was reading off the teleprompter.
Wait, really?
He said the enemy is within. Yeah.
So I saw the clip from the interview. From the rally, so she was saying, like, at a rally he said this, and I think the problem is that the footage from the rally, I don't think there's footage from the rally, because the clip I saw, but yeah, let me see. I'm gonna see if I can find that maybe.
Where I saw the footage from the rally was on Pod Save America, not today's episode, but Monday's episode. They showed footage from the rally.
Okay, cool. So he said it. There's footage of him saying it at the rally. There's footage of him saying it, in like the interview and stuff. And I think she only refers to the rally one, because I think the interview came out earlier today, or it didn't come out earlier today, but someone like alerted people like, hey, by the way, this is what he's, I don't know. At least that's how it came across me. Like, and I saw it had been posted like yesterday or a few hours today. Anyway, okay, so she says the rally, and they're like, well, so actually we have a clip. Let's roll a clip, like, about that. We asked him, and they roll a clip of Trump saying, no, I didn't say that. And then they come back to Kamala, and they're like, so what do you say? You say that he said it, but you said we just rolled the clip.
Instead of rolling the clip of him saying it.
Like, what do you fucking mean you just rolled the clip? Yeah, like, what do you mean? You just rolled it? What? What?
Well, Fox does this all the time. Fox does this
Yeah.
all the time for him. Sean Hannity's done it. Lauren Ingram has done it.
Yeah.
They go, "Hey, you said this really crazy thing. And people are freaking out that you said that, but you didn't really mean it, did you? What did you really mean when you said you want to
Right.
be a dictator for a day?" And then Trump just stupidly goes, "No, I meant it." So this is like the one time where he was like, "Oh, I didn't mean that," you know.
Yeah. I think he said, I didn't say that. Or he's like, oh, they're saying that I said that. I didn't say that. And
Right,
and they like
exactly.
use that to like, well, what do you say to that, Kamala Harris? We rolled the clip. No, you fucking didn't. Like, what do you fucking mean? What are we? This is nuts. This is nuts. And the fact that some people are gonna like believe that, not just some, a lot of them, because we've seen the fucking critical thinking skills in this live. They're like, oh yeah, see, they got her. What do you fucking mean? God. Ugh.
If I had more time, if first of all, I guess I could do this, but I'm not a political
You did.
account. But I would definitely break through like all of his questions, especially like the polling of saying like 80% of America think the country's going in the wrong direction, and why that's like a misleading way to present that poll. Because his question was 80% of the people think America's going in the wrong direction. So what do you have to say to the people who are saying you and Biden are taking the country in the wrong direction, when probably half of the people who responded to that poll are thinking about the Supreme Court verdicts? Like we just talked about this, so I don't need to go over it again. But that, like, you could go question by question and show how he's manipulating certain things in the question and showing the Fox News bias in his questions.
Oh, yeah. It's so frustrating. Yeah.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but that would be a great video.
Thank you. Maybe I'll do it for YouTube. I gotta get a little bit less political on TikTok. I gotta like balance it a little bit. You know what I mean? And I can tell I'm like, yeah, I gotta balance it a little bit for the safety of my account, but also for just the energy of it. I think I gotta do a couple of slightly funny ones, maybe.
There's always the woman touching walls video that you could do.
Oh my God, that's right. I wanted to do that. I can't believe I didn't do it. Thank you for reminding me. Woman touching walls. See, fucking Swiss cheese. Oh, someone on, I just saw a comment come in on YouTube. Someone's bitching about like the self-censorship. I'm like,
he's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but
is.
You talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After
is.
George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out. Even people who worked for him in the Oval Office, worked with him in the Situation Room, and have said he is unfit and dangerous and should never be president of the United States again, including his former vice president, which is why the job was open for him to choose another running mate. So that is a fact. That is a fact.
Madam Vice President, two more things. You were asked on 60 Minutes about the biggest threat that the world faces, that the U.S. faces. This is what you said.
oh, nice. Thank you, Cottage.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands, okay? This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
A number of experts thought you would say China. The FBI director had said that. But you said Iran. If that's the case, what do you say to critics?
Now you care about what the FBI says?
Look at the
now
actions
you look
of
up
your
to them?
administration and say you're not acting like Iran is the number one threat.
Like now you trust the FBI.
Well, I will tell you most recently, whether it was in April or in October, and then several hours on each occasion that Iran posed a threat to Israel, I was there. Most recently in the Situation Room, in the most recent attack, working with the heads of our military and doing what America must always do to defend and to support Israel in its requirement to defend itself and to give American support to be able to allow Israel to have the resources to defend itself against attack, including from Iran and Iran's terrorist proxies in the region.
Blackmail
and
do they
that
have
is,
and
my commitment to that is unyielding and unwavering.
Critics just say that you either relaxed or failed to enforce sanctions on Iran, allowing all of this money to flow into Iran, like billions.
I put my hair up to go to sleep last night, and I never took it down.
Who pulled out of a deal that would have actually put Iran in check.
The estimates in billions.
It was during Donald Trump's administration that Iran regime. That we had an American military base that was attacked, where American soldiers suffered traumatic brain injuries, and Donald Trump dismissed them as headaches, not to mention how Donald Trump has treated and talked about America's military and military service people, calling them suckers and losers,
Hamas,
has diminished the significance.
We're talking over each other. I apologize.
I would like that we would have a conversation.
He says, we're talking over each other. I apologize. And then continues to talk over her.
Dude, he asked a question, she started to answer, and then he started to talk over her answer and then said, we're talking over each other. Bro, yeah. It's called interrupting. That's what you're doing.
It's called you keep interrupting and talking over a woman that you are asking questions of. It's so fucking obvious how, like, he's never, like, actually... The problem is he's treating this like... I don't think they've ever genuinely interviewed any, like... they're either prompting someone to spread their fucking propaganda because they know the answer and they're prompting them, you know what I mean? Or they're fucking, I agree, paranoid. So Paranoid on YouTube says, what I've said this before, foreign relations isn't about what is right, it's about military advantage, and it's the USA's advantage to have an ally in the region. I agree, Paranoid. I've said that. I think it's unfortunate. Unfortunately, the way I've said this is like, the way I usually say that is like, unfortunately, the U.S. and the U.S. is that like, our government, the U.S. government's job is to work in the best interest of the United States as like a fucking country. And that involves just like positioning themselves, you know, as, you know, having as much power as possible. And that includes military strategic positioning, including having one in the fucking region. Unfortunately. And I fucking hate that. But like, you know, and also is a very strategic partner in terms of its intelligence capabilities, like famously so. They have a lot of fucking like benefits. It is a benefit to have them as an ally in terms of intelligence capabilities, but it's also not great to have them as a fucking enemy. Like, again, strategically. Because they're good. And I think it's a little bit of the carrot and the stick in this situation where the U.S. is fucked because they need them as an ally strategically. And they also really, really, really need them not to be an enemy. And I think, you know, and unfortunately, I agree. The United States fucking government is always going to do whatever is like best strategically, politically for the United States, even if that fucking means doing horrible shit to people around the world. And I will still fight for them to stop fucking enabling that and be like, what good are our enemies with allies like these? You know what I mean? Seriously. Like, but yes, I understand paranoid. Sorry, I just interrupted myself to respond to YouTube. What was I saying?
With friends like these, who needs enemies?
Yeah, with
That's
allies like these. Oh, yeah. I know it's friends like these.
With friends like these, who needs? Yeah.
But that's why I said with allies like these. Yeah, we're talking politically.
Right,
with allies
right.
like these, who needs enemies? So what did I say? With enemies like these, who needs allies? No, with allies like these, who needs enemies? Yeah.
With allies like these, who needs adversaries?
Who needs adversaries? Nice. Adversaries. That's such a fucking hard word to just like throw in when speaking quickly. Speaking as someone who uses that word sometimes. Adversaries. I trip over it all the time. Anyway, what was I saying before I interrupted myself?
I believe you were talking about. Oh my god, it was Fox related. It was. They're so used to interviewing friendlies.
Sorry, I was just waxing poetic. No, I was like I was saying I feel like Fox is only there to prompt people, prompt the like line. Oh hey, someone's on Twitch too. Sorry. Hi, Blanco.
While you're saying, you know what would be a really good video, because he did have kind of a contentious interview with Trump. Break down break down why the reason the interview was contentious was because of Trump versus this one where the interview is contentious because of Brett. That would be a really good contrast, because a lot of people say like even Trump said in a tweet this morning before the interview aired, I bet he's saying a different tune now, but he was like, Brett is a shill and he's going to ask basic, easy questions. He was really hard on me, like all that shit. A lot of people in MAGA think that Brett is like some anti-Trump person because he had like a tough interview, a quote unquote tough interview with Trump. So I would be interested to see a breakdown of like, one, was it actually a tough interview? Or is it just that Trump is combative?
Yeah.
And two, like how was Brett's interview style different? Did he interrupt Trump as much as he's interrupting Kamala? Those kinds of things.
Yeah.
I'd be very interested in that.
It would be interesting. Maybe I will do that. Maybe we can do it on here. This is recording I don't know if I started the recording in time. I don't know if I started recording this before we started the interview, but we should go through the Trump one on here too. I gotta start.
Yeah, you could find it.
Fucking yeah. Okay. Yeah, I gotta start doing just like the longer topic stuff for YouTube and just leave it up there too, so I don't have to be like as careful with TikTok censorship and stuff. Although YouTube also censors stuff for Iz and Pal, and they did before TikTok did. Whatever. Long story, whatever.
That is grounded in full assessment of the facts, which includes, I think this interview is supposed to be about the choices that your viewers should be presented about this election, and the contrast is important.
Yes, ma'am.
And on the subject of Iran, I am offering what should be an important contrast that is presented for folks to make a decision that they feel.
Who look at what the administration did and say and think differently. Madam Vice President, they're wrapping me very hard here. I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things.
There's more to say. I have
there
much more to
are
say,
a lot of things that people want to learn about you and your policies.
If only you would have let
invite everyone to go to
listen to her.
KamalaHarris.com, and you will see that I have 80 pages of policies that are quite comprehensive and should be accessible to anyone who would like to read them. And it includes what I intend to do about affordable housing, what I intend to do about small businesses, what I do.
And that's why we invited you here, to see where you were in 2019 and where you are now.
America's military and ensure we have the most lethal and best fighting force in the world.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope you got to say what you wanted to say. It would have been great if we fucking heard her the whole time. You fucking knucklehead. Come on. What the fuck? Oh, God. Okay.
I'm sending you the interview to the same Instagram message.
Great.
Brett Baer.
I gotta wait. Are you on the Discord? Because it's really hard for me to open Instagram messages while streaming.
Oh, yeah, I bet you can't. Yeah, you can't go to Instagram on your computer.
I can try, but it's like not as fun.
You're not logged in.
Yeah.
I don't have Discord on my computer, but I can go into my app. Like if I leave as a guest, I can leave the app.
Yeah, but you should get wait, security code is here. You should get Discord on your computer, and then we can chat while we're on.
Maybe I still do. I know that I did back in the day.
We can chat. We can talk shit about our guests while they're on here. You had Discord?
Oh, that's why I don't have it as the new computer. I do have Discord. I made a Discord to join some like Winnie the Pooh horror movie fan Discords,
nice.
And they were like doing a Q&A kind of a thing.
Yeah, I don't really use the Discord app much, but it's handy for like this thing. It was a couple of mods who were like, you got to make it. Robin was one of them, and I was like, I'll make it, but I'm not dealing with it. So it's mostly just a handful of like regular mods, but it's there. It used to be linked to the TikTok, so like if you subscribed on TikTok, you would get like automatic special status and access on Discord. I don't fucking know. I don't really use Discord, but it's there. And when we're doing this, we could definitely use it for this thing, this stuff.
Oh yeah.
I can make you a mod in there too.
Let me see.
I gotta figure that out again.
I'm gonna have Discord saved. I must have changed my password or something. I'll figure it out. I mean, I can do it on my phone too.
Okay, wait, I'm finding messages.
What's the name of the Discord server?
Riz server, I think. I don't know. Can you just find it? Like if I send it to you? Oh, whoops. Or if I tell you, then you must be able to, right? I don't even keep it on my like main laptop. I just mainly have it on here. Discord. Oh, actually, if you go to the link tree in my bio, there's a link on there to the Discord, I think. Supposedly. There used to be, at least. Using AI to replace an actor is now against the law in California. Nice. Oh my God. Who is this? Okay, cool. Thank you. Oh, that's Film Nerder. He hasn't been on in a while. Film Nerd hasn't been on in a while. It's from a month ago. Yikes. I should probably... Oh my God. Oh, I totally forgot. Oh my God. Ethan. Halo. I totally forgot about this photo you were sending me. I gotta start. I'm sorry. I don't pay attention to Discord that much because I already get too many fucking emails, too many texts, too many WhatsApps and messages and da-da-da-da. My phone number and my emails have clearly leaked somewhere because all I get is spam all day, every day. And I feel like, and I just get over, it's just so fucking stressful with all the alerts going off. And then when shit goes, when I post something that is difficult for people, all my notifications start going off, usually on Instagram and on YouTube first, with all the fucking red hats that I've upset. Red hats and green hats. And it gets very stressful. Good. Ka-chow. Hi, Cottage Clove. Oh my god, you're in there.
I don't think it's the right one. Hi. I'm in there?
Cottage just joined. Cottage, how did you join it? Because I made 2
I just tried
at
to
some
join. It said I joined something called mobile. And it has
How did you
like
join?
270 something thousand people.
From God's direction. OG Best. What are you joining to say, OG Best? He took the wheel. Cottage took the wheel. There you go. There's a link.
I'm gonna leave and come and try again and come back.
If you go to my link tree, it'll. Oh, I guess you're on. Hello? What's that, OG? Are you just on here to make rude noises?
Oh, good.
Hello?
How are you doing?
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good evening. Here.
Thanks. So, what are you doing?
What are we doing? We're going through, we're watching interviews and talking about them. I am Dave. Did you hop up because you wanted to talk about something specific? Hi, Andrew. You joined. Hi, Andrew.
Where are you from?
So you didn't join to talk about something specific?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Goodbye. I have a recipe channel. Oh yeah. Yeah, people were sharing recipes on there. Wait, there's a recipe channel. Yeah. Oh my god, Robin. God, I missed so much. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Robin! Right. Oh my.
Alright, I'm in there. I'm in the thing.
Yay, how did I miss this? Okay. Sorry, I'm so bad at Discord.
Wait, I don't need the app. I can use it on my desktop.
Yeah. Better than having it on the app. Anyway, I think. Gaming. Oh, there's a gaming one too? Someone made a gaming one? What? Who made the gaming channel? We don't need that probably, but debate topic suggestions. Oh, cool. And possible live prompts get Brenna paid. Who made that one? What the fuck? What on earth? Who created this?
Okay, so I'll send the links here then.
Guys, we gotta. Okay, yeah, send the links in there. General. I don't want to like undo someone's hard work, but I want to. It was probably Nas, I assume. We'll talk to him. Yay! Cool. Thank you. Maybe I should
watch that clip.
And also, let me also make you a moderator so that we can start sending things also privately too. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you can also do like if I add you as a friend or something.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure I can. If I go to your thing, I'm pretty sure I can send you a. Are you Rizzo 113?
Yes, that sounds like me. Add role, Rizoldi's Riz tier. Oh, I think Riz tier is subscriber. Rizoldi's is like old is like the classic still. It's cool, but
Rizzo 113 is you though, right?
yeah.
All right, so yeah, we can do private messages.
Okay, cool. I added you to. I made you a status or whatever, so you'll now see that there's moderators and stuff. With like that have like secret channels, so you can also talk to like Robin's in there, Caglio's in there.
Oh, I see. Nice. Okay. Which one is the moderator? Am I a moderator so I can do moderators only?
I think so. I think you're a moderator.
And that's where you want me to talk if I'm like, yo, by the way, this guy is recording your live right now. That's where you want me to put stuff?
Yes.
Got it.
I guess. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, we can talk here. It's more, I guess, I don't know. We haven't needed it yet, but if we need to like talk to each other when shit's going down or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We probably don't. Yeah. And roll. Invite. I gotta.
Wait, why did you send me that? I already joined.
Oh, you already joined the moderators? Okay, you could see that. Okay, because I was trying to figure out who had access to it. Rules, Risoldi's. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm in there.
Okay.
What is Risoldi's? That's just old.
It started, Risoldi's was just like the classic people, because when I first made it, it was like, there was a few more people that were just like, oh, people who've been whatever. And then, but most of those people I think are mods. Yeah, that was just like the classic, the group of us that have been around for a while.
Got it.
That's how I got the name, and now I think it means moderators. And then Riz Tier that's the when it was linked up with TikTok, and I gotta fix that because I don't know why it became unlinked.
I don't see Riz Tier. I don't see that.
I assigned Riz Tier to you. It's just a role basically like a label that you get.
Oh, okay.
But Riz Tier is a role that's assigned to people who subscribe, so they get like a little flare or something like that. I don't fucking know. So
woohoo!
No, we got 16 subscribers right now.
Strawberry butter. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a recipe: strawberry preserves, egg, cheese, and hot sauce.
I love that you guys made.
It does look good.
Okay. We gotta like pimp this out. Who's the longest? I don't know. That's a good question, Nas. Because some of the longest people like have left. Hannah's gone.
I see one from two months is join Discord member here 2 months. I'm seeing 2 months is the longest. Oh, I'm only seeing 12 of the 28. So let me.
The Discord, let me just say, the Discord is not very active.
2 months. 2 months seems. Oh wait, show 50. Show 50.
To be fair, that may be how old the Discord is. I need some of those cute little star pimple patches. I need one right there. Little, like a neon star. I think it is so cute.
I just didn't even notice.
No, you did. Of course you did. Who the fuck didn't?
I didn't notice.
286 days.
286 days. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing.
What is?
2 months is the oldest member since. That can't be you. You only have 13 people in here?
Shut up, God. It's because, listen, I was blessed with really good fucking skin. I mean, not in the wrinkle sense, but in that I don't get zit. I get like one zit every like 2 months. I'm so lucky. So when I get one, I get a little bit obsessed with it. You know what I mean? It like bothers me. I'm very lucky. I know that's so shitty to that's a humble brag if I ever heard one. But if it makes you feel any better, I will age like fucking milk. Look at me. Like, but yeah, I'm lucky in that I don't really get zits.
You heard the Mitch Hedberg joke where he says, what is it? I can't remember the brand that he's talking about. Is it like something X? He's like, it's meant to alleviate cold sores. It really is just like a cold sore highlighter.
What is it? Is it like the does it actually like have color thingy or whatever?
No, it just makes it like when you put it on, it makes it like anything that's meant to like help a pimple or a zit or a cold sore, like just makes it shiny.
Yeah. That's actually why I think I have some like super old like salicylic acid that I could put on here if I wanted to.
But it makes it shiny and it just makes it more noticeable.
Yeah.
It's a highlighter.
I could cover it up, but also who gives a fuck? Yeah, right, yeah.
I'm not kidding, I didn't notice it. You got to watch this clip. It's only a short clip, but he's of him saying we get more ratings than the mother of the woman who unalived because of my abortion ban.
Oh, I think I saw that. Jesus. Wait, so do we want to let's watch the Donald Trump thing? Do we want to or listen to it, I guess?
Yeah. I hope it lets you play it. Let me just test this button because I sent you the thing. You guys start a free trial. Let me see if I can find it not with a free trial.
Meow, 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 meow.
And Neo Morricone.
Why do we have a server called Risoldi's and a server called Moderator Only? Oh, I think because we have some Risoldi's who are not moderators technically, or we did. I gotta clean up the Discord a little bit. I mean, before it gets fucking chaotic. I don't fucking know. I think it's because someone was in here who's like an oldie, you know, who I didn't trust to be a moderator, so I made it like its own thing. You went live, Robin? Hi, Dee. How are you? But you put a screenshot? Wait, you put a screenshot? Where? In general? Oh, enterprises. Oh. Hold on. Duration 286 days. Wow. Nas has been a subscriber for 286 days. Should we give you like a birthday subscription present or something? You are my faithful follower, Nas. You gas me up too. Like you just come in here, you say such wonderful, untrue things that make me feel so cool every time. And it's lovely. I just want to say thank you, I guess. Yeah, not really. Happy birthday, happy subscriber day to me. happy subscription day to me, to you. Happy subscription to me day to you. Jesus, I really gotta get a fucking handle on this narcissism that I'm like starting to cultivate. This fucking app, man. 7th of April. Nice. You know, oh my God, yay. Robin, you don't have to subscribe. I'm just really fucking excited that you have your own bank account. That is amazing. That's so exciting. Congratulations. We love this for you. If I ask you to do one thing for me, one thing, it's always have at least one bank account that's only yours for the rest of your life. Please. Thank you. That's all I need from you.
I'm seeing a ton of clips of the Brett Bear. It was from a year ago. I'm seeing a ton of clips, but not the whole thing.
Stickers on your own color. Is this... I mean, yeah, it makes sense that they wouldn't share the whole thing because he probably looks like a fucking lunatic, right? What you sent me, is this the full thing? Or...
I think so, but you have to sign up for like a free trial.
I bet we could find
Fox.
it. Oh. No, I am not doing that. I bet it's on YouTube somewhere.
I was just looking through YouTube, like pages after pages.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I can't believe it's nowhere on YouTube.
Yeah, what the fuck? All of a sudden, Trump gushes over fair Brett Baer after Harris interview. Jesus Christ. You can't make that shit up. Hell yeah, Robin. It's like a new...
Look at his tweet from earlier, though, where hold on, let me try to find it.
We need screenshots before he deletes those tweets. We need fucking screenshots of the insults. La 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 la. Oh, he posted it on Truth Social, I guess.
Hi.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, you
I'm nervous.
Yeah.
Always. Boop. And then save. Boom.
Wait, what was I just doing?
Do you want to see that empty house?
Yeah, you done getting everything out?
I've got like 4 dishes and then this.
Nice.
And then I'm going to clean the floors.
Amazing.
I have to vacuum this. That's empty-ish. I gotta clean that because I'm gonna take it to the new house and have. All right. And that is my ex's. I don't care if it stays or goes. If the new homeowners get that, that's up to them.
Nice. Nice.
Yes. And then downstairs. Thank you. It's so much work. I emptied out another room. And then I have to pack that and that. They're in boxes. They're good. And then this is empty. So I just have to clean floors and I'm set. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I do that?
No, I did that. I did that.
Oh, okay. This house is fucking done. That's all I have to get in my car, and then I'm set, and I got my cot out, and
you're moving the fuck on with your life. We love this for you.
I know, it's so crazy. It's wild because moving from a place is sad. Ooh, I'm gonna sage it, which is cute, I guess.
Yes. I had to sage my apartment the other day while I was on Carrie's live, and just audio only because I was on my alt. And I can't bring up my backup, but we were talking about like lore of like, you know, like scary lore, basically like scary creatures and stuff. And she was talking about the Mopa and Maya lore and like these different like legends and stuff of these, you know. And I was like, you know what, I gotta sage while we're talking about this, while we're talking about the spirits and this like realm and stuff. I am not woo like at all, not in reality, but scary stuff scares me, so you know.
Yes. Also, so I'm leaving like flowers and wine for the new homeowners because I thought that would be nice, and I figured I might as well like sage it. We painted the house. I don't know. I want it to be the best place it can be for the new people because of how, I don't know, it's a good place. I just feel like it wasn't good for me.
Yeah.
So.
That's great.
Oh, yes. Wow. If you want to make me small.
Thank you for the ice cream. Thank you for lovely ice cream for Robin and for Andrew as well.
Oh. Yeah, thank you.
You want to come up, guys?
I don't know. I want to be itty bitty. Yeah, thank you.
Want to come up, guys?
I don't know. I want to be itty bitty. Yeah, thank you. I don't know.
It's looping, Robin. You might have to like hop out and like swipe out and swipe in. And then usually I think that fixes it. At least. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not what I meant. I just meant swipe out, swipe in.
Like do the thing where you...
It has been glitchy, hasn't it?
Do the thing where you swipe up and you're choosing between apps and then just click TikTok again and it comes back in.
Yeah.
If you didn't hear me, Robin, the thing to do when that happens next is to swipe up like on an iPhone, like you're choosing between apps, you know, and it shows all the windows, and then just click back into TikTok. Don't actually close the app or leave.
Oh.
And it will get rid of the echo.
Okay, so like your swipe, like you lift up and act like you're gonna exit the.
Yeah, like if you like just swap to another app and then swipe back in. Basically.
Okay, perfect.
Juniper, lavender, rosemary, etc. Also good alternatives. Burning them or just like having them? Sage is for cleansing, like spiritual cleansing, I will say. I'm not woo-woo, but I was given sage a while back because a bunch of people thought I needed a shaman, so.
It just, ultimately, it's just good to do in your new space because it like...
It's my old
even
space.
if you're not woo-woo, it smells good and it like feels cleansing in like a scent kind of way.
Yeah.
You know, there is something to it, whether or not it's woo-woo, you know.
Yeah.
I was a Boy Scout or a Venture Scout, which is the ladies' version of Boy Scouts, and I do believe in leaving places better than you found them, which is a Boy Scout thing. Or is it? Did mine?
It is. Yeah.
Okay. I was like, wait, is that just like a super Mormon thing that my parents told me was a Boy Scout thing? Sweet.
You believe what? Oh, leave no trace.
Ooh, so I get burgers. I love burgers. Absolutely.
Burgers.
I don't know where my sage came from. I'm pretty sure
Came from the ground.
I mean, I was originally, it was like gifted to me. I think I might have gotten some more sage eventually, but I bought it once maybe. But it was originally the bowl and everything was gifted to me along with both sage and Palo Santo.
shoot.
Well,
But I also, I mean, because I know, yeah, some people are like, there's like some debate a few years ago about whether you're allowed to burn white sage for because of cultural appropriation.
Yeah. So I was curious about that because a Norse pagan shaman offered to do it, and I was like, I don't know if that's your thing, bruh. So I didn't accept his offer. But when someone was like, oh, I already have this, you can use it, I was like, okay, I'll fucking use it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I am seeing, okay, so someone was saying, oh, it's endangered, but I just Googled it. It's not actually endangered. It's not an endangered species. Like,
perfect. You know.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Cottage.
Thank you. I just was gonna say that white sage isn't endangered, but there are issues in, like, historically on the west coast of the United States with the fact that where it was being cultivated by indigenous peoples, it was then being sold at such minimal cost that was extremely detrimental to them and caused such a massive shortage and detriment that there wasn't enough for the indigenous communities themselves to use because it was being marketed, and particularly the like late 90s, early 2000s push of like neo-paganism, 1980s like Wicca focused. And that's like a big reason that, like, personally, as someone who practiced both in that area, witchcraft, and like now, like I don't use it, but also because you can grow your own, like sage is one of like 11,000 different versions of the salvia plant that you can grow and use
I mean,
to the same effect.
I've grown culinary sage, I should say, not.
Yeah, that's what I use. It's the exact same.
Okay. It's the same plant? No, it's different.
No, it's different plant, but in terms of using it for ritualistic purposes outside of those closed indigenous practices, the practical applications of the herbs are the same.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I was literally, it was gifted to me, not like just in like, oh, this smells nice. It was like, I had multiple people tell me in like over the course of a year or two that I needed a shaman. And then one of them was like, you are haunted. You need a shaman. Here's a bowl and white sage and Palo Santo, and I need you to start burning this. And I was like, okay, so
I think I always think that when you're gifted something, that's not anything that you can control, and I there's no reason to just throw it away. Do you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, no, I don't believe
yeah.
in, yeah. I mean, I say that as someone. I was gonna say, like, I don't believe in. I'm saying that in terms of like, I own things that now I'm like, you know, oh, we're boycotting like a certain business and stuff. I'm not going to throw that away because that's just waste. That's like, no, I'm not contributing to like excess consumption by throwing away.
I know. Yeah.
Throw away, but yeah. Sorry.
I fully agree. I think especially if like you happen to be a millennial or older, like you probably went through a phase of getting like tchotchkes that we then realized 15 years later were mass produced in a factory. Do you know what I mean? Like things like that. Like it's a part of the learning process.
Love tchotchkes. I'm so sorry. Still do. I
love tchotchkes too.
But thrifted, maybe. Mostly.
Well, less tchotchkes, but tchotchke vibes are alive for sure.
Knickknacks, thingamajigs. Love it.
Yeah,
right, I guess you can plant white sage yourself, so I can just grow some, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If a plant grows where you live, you can get seeds and grow it. I think it's just that there were issues where the plant was being like used to the detriment of the indigenous societies involved.
Yeah, I'm reading up. So it's illegal to collect it from certain protected areas like national parks, reserves, other unregulated. Media reports give anecdotal evidence of a black market, but there's no hard evidence of a white sage mafia or anything like that. They face a variety of threats: wildfires, decline in bee population, development, and so on. All sage comes from somewhere. There are currently no commercial permits to grow sage. And California does not treat sage as an agricultural good, so the business remains unregulated, and it is therefore impossible to reliably trace the source of any given bundles unless you know the harvester. There are sage farms which sustainably responsibly produce sage, but you know.
Yeah, I did this like second half of my childhood in like North San Diego County, near like in unincorporated territory, where like I think I've told you before, like the town that I lived in had more churches than stoplights, but it was also surrounded by 4 reservations. So there were like reservation run indigenous stores that would sell bundles of sage that like you could buy from. So you like, do you know what I mean? And then it was like, okay, well they're selling it to me. I'm in here. I'm obviously not indigenous. Do you know what I mean? So like that kind of personal one-on-one kind of interaction, I don't think is the problem. I think it's just that people were, until those laws were written, people were actively going on to indigenous land and into parks territories and gathering and then like selling in mass, and the plants were disappearing, and also in part due to like climate change and drought as well at the time. So there were like multiple pressures from different fields, and the area and the people weren't, as historically happens, you know, like accurately protected legally.
Right. Okay. Yeah, this was a few years ago too. It seems like,
yeah,
I feel like, I mean, my not paying close attention is like, I remember there was like something of like, oh my God, there's going to be a shortage. But I feel like, yeah, because of the laws, it's like not that big of a deal anymore.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. In part, it's that like, so I think it's because like different waves of like phenomena happen in the US, you know, and then they push more interest in the thing, right? Like bacon salt and witchcraft and woo-woo, and then like nostalgia video games. Do you know what I mean? There's always a thing that brings the conversation back around. And I think like especially with TikTok exploding so much more of like people discussing witchcraft on social media than they have recently, I think it's bringing more people into the discussion. So then they start back, you know, like 20 years ago, which is fair to talk about these indiscrepancies and the like historical unfair treatment of marginalized communities, even within, you know, like other marginalized societies. And then people get confused about the timeline of things, and then they get confused as to where to potentially source items from. So then they just go, oh, we don't buy it at all. And it makes more people afraid of talking about it. So I agree what you're saying. It's hard to know like where the conversation is and what's going on. And especially because I don't live in the area anymore and I'm not an Indigenous American human. I don't want to like speak for what's actually going on, but I tend to hear a mixed like review of what people want and express is okay from a variety of Indigenous voices that I like am intent to try and follow on TikTok. So I think that just tends to be the best place that I look ultimately.
That's fair. So Dee said it's kind of another stolen practice, respectfully. So I will say that, I mean, I've talked about this. I have slightly different beliefs around the concepts of cultural appropriation than what the American sort of approach to it is personally. But that's just because I grew up, I'm what's considered a third culture kid. And I grew up in a like attending a multicultural school that was like designed to be all about like, we come and we share our cultures to learn about each other and to like and we encourage each other. Like, it was very much like culture is meant to be shared sort of thing. And that's how we, like, you know, coexist as humans. And so I very much have a thing of like, I think obviously cultural appropriation is a thing. And especially I think the easiest example is like when people will like take things from a culture to then like commercialize them and like make money off of someone else's traditions and whatnot. And like, you know, no to that. Yes. Also, you know, punishing people for practices, but then suddenly it's okay when like white people do it. Like, you know, I fully understand, you know, especially when with the topic of like hair and whatnot. But when we're talking about like practices, that to me is like setting aside the idea of like, yes, if sage is like going extinct because too many people are taking on this practice, like fine, absolutely, we should talk about how that should be preserved for the like cultures that it started with. But practices to me are literally like, that's something I think people should be able to practice as they choose to, personally. You know what I mean? If like spiritualism speaks to you and the traditions of spiritualism speak to you, I think you should be able to practice traditions that speak to you. And I'm saying this as a non-religious person, you know what I mean? And I'm, especially as someone who's against organized religion and stuff, I'm very much like, oh, okay, if something speaks to you, if some tradition or practice or ritual or whatever like actually works for you personally and stuff, and it is like your beliefs, who's to say that you're not allowed to believe something because you weren't born into a culture that automatically believes that? I reject the premise that you're not allowed to adopt beliefs and practices around those beliefs just because you weren't fucking born into those beliefs. Does that make sense?
Totally. I got you. Yeah, I was just saying, like, there's no one way of spiritualism or a religion or a belief of any kind. And a lot of these things are definitely relative. And it's about, you know, I think it's about just like anything, you know me, learning and like thinking about what that next thing is.
Yeah, yeah. And yes, I agree. Yeah, there's no one way to practice spiritualism, but also just in this idea of like stolen practices. I think for the most part, and I don't want to be absolute, to me, I'm like that. I don't agree with that. And I remember like thinking about this. I remember getting into a little bit of a discussion about this like years ago. I was at a friend's birthday and they were talking about something. I don't know who it was, you know, some story about this guy who, and now obviously we also know I also want to set aside, there is obviously that idea of like a bunch of like a lot of like white Westerners will like go to India and have this like spiritual like journey, and like it's a very, you know, where all of a sudden they will like adopt all these things and whatever, so, you know, whatever. We're talking about this dude who basically adopted some sort of like religion and I believe like yoga practices around that he was like, you know, doing it. It was like part of it, or it was like combination or whatever. And he started doing that, and he started kind of like going around and doing it, you know, in the world. And I believe he became like a yoga teacher and something, And people were like, oh, that's cultural appropriation that he's like practicing this religion and doing this thing. And I was like, I wish I remember the exact, it was so many years ago. So it was like very precise in like the questions that were asked. I was like, wait, which part is like cultural appropriation? Like, does he not believe the like religion? And they're like, no, he like believes it. And so I was like, so which, like, which part is he like not allowed to do? Like genuinely, if it's his religion, why can't he do the thing? And they're like, well, it's just that he's like white and stuff. And I was like, okay, so if he's white, is he not allowed to like be part of the religion? And they're like, no, that's fine. I was like, okay, like
yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's not okay. And ultimately they were like, no, I guess you're right. He actually believes what he's doing, and he's just doing the thing. We just don't like him. You know what I mean? Like, it's to that thing where I was like, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that doesn't sound like appropriation in the sense. Yeah, there's cultural adoption and appropriation, I think.
Yeah, but there's a cultural exchange, I think is what I would call it. And obviously, I mean, like definitely in my privilege due to my experience.
No, you
but
didn't.
Like,
sorry. Yeah, you said you said stolen practice, just to be clear, but which is kind of what prompted that thing. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so in some senses, especially in terms of like British focused colonialism, and there are technically at least in my field there are what is like a kind of acknowledged as like stolen practices, in the sense of like taking closed and secret information from people and then taking those items and disseminating them elsewhere, and then participating in rituals that are supposedly marketed as a part of those things, like due to that. I think I would consider that. But what you described, I would definitely, like someone becoming a part of a religion or a faith or a group, like being like driven into that, that's like different. But it's really funny. This has nothing to do with anything, but the reason that I'm thinking about doing some TikToks on this is because there's an episode of Superstore which talks about this, what you've brought up. It's like a really important dialectic, is what is this dialectic exchange difference between cultural appropriation and cultural exchange. Yeah. And a lot of it, I mean, I would argue, is who is in charge of the narrative and who's like response. Do you know what I mean? I could rant about this forever because it's what my supervisor did. But anyway, I just find it like really interesting as well.
I also feel like, sorry, go ahead.
Is there a new season of Superstore?
No, the show is done. It like finished, but I will find the episode now. I have like a series of like little episodes of Superstore and how they relate to other TV shows and how they relate to stuff.
All right.
Yeah, I think who the narrative side, yes. And I think to me, it's also like, what's the like purpose, right? To me, if someone is engaging in a cultural practice, like genuinely for themselves, to me, usually like that's okay. Personally, if someone is taking something of a culture to then use it for something else, usually commercialized, usually in order to sell something else, usually to dress, you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's less of like a personal thing of like, oh, that's a practice that I'm going to learn from, and use or whatever, an exchange that I learned from a fellow human. And it has now become folded into my culture, mine being like the micro culture, whatever. That to me, I feel like can really make a big difference. Also it's like, are you doing it to make fun of it, or are you doing it because you like it? And I think because Americans have a very unique sense of this, right? Like American history is one that is absolutely of colonialism, but it's only had like really one major sort of like colonial kind of era, so to speak, or like, it's like the US was mainly Europeans coming in and colonizing. Sorry, the United States is mainly Europeans coming in. They colonized, they took from indigenous cultures, they obviously oppressed and deeply harmed indigenous communities, and so the US and the US imported humans, and therefore their culture, which they also oppressed and otherized and like deeply harmed and whatnot, and like basically forced this segregation of peoples and of course of cultures. Like the US is very much born of that, whereas like Spain and many other countries that have a bit longer of a history of lands that have been taken over and we can call it colonization, but like when we go farther back in history, we stop using the term colonization, funnily enough. But like, did the Roman Empire like colonize Spain? technically, you know, like, and we had the Visigoths, the Celts, the Greeks, the Romans, the Moors, and then the like Catholic king and queen, like kingdoms, which then unified and became like the monarchy, which eventually became like Spain that it is today and stuff. So we've technically, like, we're just a land, and this is like every other country in Europe, right? We don't really use the term colonization, but like technically it was the Visigoths were colonized by the Celts, and then the Celts were colonized by the Greeks, and then the Romans colonized the Greeks, and then the Moors colonized the Romans. You know what I mean? Like, and for each wave, there has been, or like Spain colonized South America. Yeah. Are they really? They're actually being referred to as colonizers? I've never actually heard them like referred to. Yeah, conquered. That's the thing. Conquered is what used to be said. No, keep going. Yeah, please interrupt me, Cottage.
Oh no, I just was gonna say, yeah. So I mean, I am a decolonial anthropologist. That is like my like background for people who are here that don't know. So like, I am definitely biased in terms of this this like discussion. But I also did want to say that like, this like whole discussion is like a whole ongoing academic discussion of the last like 50 plus years, and it will only, I can ever assume, continue to be so. So like, there is no like one or even five right answers. But yeah, I have seen more discussion. I mean, maybe because I'm in decolonial fields about decolonization, and particularly talking about the Romans colonizations, and as well as I've been seeing some more that are more tied to other things, but I don't want to, there are other words about is and pal and stuff. So, but it's very interesting. And yeah, I'm definitely here for it.
But it's like, I want to also, I think it's cool that academia is having this conversation, and they should. I will say part of me is like a little bit worried that this conversation is being had, or at least like maybe started from an America-centric kind of academic language, if that makes sense. I know that you're in the UK, but like Americans have a really hard time viewing, the heirs of colonization, conquering in Spain through any lens other than colonization. But to the point where it's like, the Moors were in Spain for several hundred years. The Moors conquered Spain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyone who doesn't know, that's like, they came in through like North Africa. And
yeah, there was a huge Islamic expansionism.
Huge, right? Yeah. So they technically colonized Spain, right? Which is technically like a white country, but we obviously have a lot of like Moorish blood, genes in our people. And
yeah, I mean, I'd say some Moorish than others.
There you go. And also, and by the way, and this like came up a few years ago when I was having this conversation with Americans, where they were asking me to adapt a traditional Spanish story. And they're like, oh, please, we want to, the question of like cultural appropriation came up and stuff. And I think I mentioned, because I presented a few stories, and they're like, oh, like, actually this like Italian girl said that story is actually an Italian story. And I was like, well, yeah, it's also a German story, and it's also a Portuguese story. And it's, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, there's no, like, we were all conquered and whatnot by the same, and like, we also have exchanged culture for hundreds of years. And also like the story of like 1001 Arabian Nights, like Shahrazad, like, we consider that usually like a Middle Eastern story, I think, or Arab story. And I was like looking into it, because we also have it in Spain, because we had the Moorish influence. But originally the theory is that it actually might have come from India, So like, can you actually call it? Because they were like, well, like they were starting to like go through the proposed stories where I was like, I had to be like, these are the roots of these stories. And that's why they're kind of similar to stories that you're saying are from these other countries. They're from all of these countries. Like it's really hard to know where they came from. But they have been, and I was like, at what point does my culture become my culture, or my country's culture become my country's culture? You know what I mean? Like, at what point, like, I just fucking know. I have like a Moroccan tea set, right? And I just know that if I were to use that or like show it off in a TikTok video, people would be like, that's cultural appropriation. You can't, like, what are you showing off this thing? But also, like my dad and many Spaniards grow up with Moroccan tea sets, engaging in, the same fucking tradition.
I think I'd argue,
well, sorry. And I keep like going off.
No, you're good. I'm interrupting you. Sorry.
No. And thank you. Sorry. Because what I was starting to say is like, there's also like my dad was born in Northern Africa, but he is Spanish. And I know, like, for some Americans, when they hear about Ceuta and Melilla, which you probably know, are like the two Spanish cities on the northern coast of Africa, they're like, oh yeah, like colonizers, classic European Spanish colonizers, which, yeah, Spain had control over a lot of, like a much larger area of, Northern Africa for a while. There was like the Reef War about 100 years ago, where a bunch of it was like lost and stuff. And Spain was like expanding that way and stuff at some point. But like, sure, yes, we can be like, oh, classic like European, Spanish conquistadors going out here colonizing everything. But also, when you like really look at the history, like the Moors came into the Iberian Peninsula. They were there for a few hundred years. They conquered. They colonized. Were there for a few hundred years. Then they were colonized back. They left and they kept pushing. So Northern Africa was like taken back at a certain point. And then it was pushed back. Like, there's been like this push and pull for hundreds of years, where at a certain point, it's like, you can't it's not as simple as like white Spaniards went and colonized Northern Africa. It's actually that, like, those are all, like, does that make sense? I feel like I can't even express it safely in America.
No, that makes perfect sense. I get what you're saying. I would personally argue that if anybody, like, if you use something like that and anybody was like, that's cultural appropriation, that you would be like, you obviously don't understand the context in which I am using this item. Yeah. And your misunderstanding is not my problem. But it's very easy to say that. Do you know what I mean? Like, because I have absolutely felt the exact same thing and the exact same worries in like doing things, because I was raised Jewish for all of my entire childhood and life. And there are lots of things that I have that are part of like my like family's cultural practices as well as religious practices. But because I'm mostly a white passing person, people then look at me and they're like, oh, that doesn't look like that goes with that. And they judge you. And it's scary, especially now. So I do totally get that.
Well, and also, I mean, I love that you say that too. Like, I've had people sort of side eye me or like make comments, and I'm trying to think of like one specific, I'm lucky that it hasn't happened in a big way, but there's been a couple of moments that I've had to like shut down where people suggested that something might be cultural appropriation. Maybe it wasn't maybe I've always like kind of seen it a little bit third person-y, or like, and caught it third person before it's like been directly to me. Although I could swear it's happened to me at least once, where people assume if I do anything slightly fucking Hispanic, they assume I'm culturally appropriating because I'm white. And it's like, that's another thing, right? Americans segregate so much, but they also think that like everything goes along the same lines. They think that nationality, ethnicity, race, culture, and religion like are like these tidy little things and stuff. Like, and so they assume that culture is aligned automatically with like skin color a lot of the time. And also, of course, get it wrong because they don't understand, you know, because they assume that something that's Hispanic, maybe it's shared across different cultures. They just assume, oh, maybe it's Mexican. I don't fucking know. And a lot of Americans think Spaniards are like dark skinned as well, or I guess, you know, like Mexican, I guess, like mocha color, I guess. I don't know, because remember the whole Hilaria Baldwin thing happened and everyone was like, oh, she's wearing brown face. And it's like, no, she fucking isn't. Like, yeah, what she did is fucked up, but no, she's not. And like, I don't know, it's Americans I really, really hope that the academic conversation, I'm really excited that it's happening to be like, oh, actually, you know, if we're going to use the term colonization to talk about these things, like, what are we going to say about things like the Greeks and stuff? But I hope that it's not the conversation and the conclusion isn't defined by American approach to these things. I really, really hope it isn't.
Yeah. I definitely hear what you're saying. I will argue that most of the push for decolonization as a movement in academia, I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember the entire like foundations of it, but I know that it is definitely like a global effort, and that outside of the US, those global perspectives are bigger, particularly if like you do kind of have to like teach the internet and search things and like focus attention more towards like global south efforts. And like understanding how like any international structures, particularly like the international courts of human rights that exist, there's not just the European one. Like so many Americans don't know that. They think that everybody either belongs to the European one or they don't belong to one at all, but that's just not how it works. So I will definitely agree, like there's this big American bubble that once you begin to kind of like push out of or eject out of and look at the rest of the world, it does brighten the perspective a bit. And honestly, I'm such a positivist, but I'm very excited to see where the field continues to go.
Yeah, it is cool that that's being talked about a little.
Can I bring up a new topic?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So my ex, every time I would talk about cultural appropriation, he would be like, oh, well, oh, he was so racist. He was so racist. It was awful. Sorry. He would say, oh, well, you don't want to look into the history of who enslaved who. So he was like, oh, well, before we got here, they were enslaving each other, they were in war with each other, and he would talk about how there were more enslaved people through not white people. He was like, oh, it's not white people who did it, it was everyone else, and they sold them to the white people. And it was fucking exhausting trying to explain. I would love to hear how.
Well, it's funny, I'll let Cottage speak to this because she could probably speak to it from a more academic perspective, but it's interesting that he's like, oh, they were enslaved by other people and white people just bought them. What does that mean? Like, okay, but then so the white people who bought slaves, they are slave owners, correct? Like, okay. So, I mean, what does that mean? Okay, if you're not the originator of the enslavement, does that not count? Or what is, you know, if whatever.
I mean, I just want to start off by saying that, like, in terms of like debates and discussions and things, this is my least favorite one to approach this with from that particular like side of the argument, because it's so fucking baseless. Sorry, to begin with.
Thank you.
It's just not. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was gonna say. I mean, there's like we can it's true that slavery is not a uniquely like white perpetrated thing, in that humans around the globe have done it throughout history at different points.
Still ongoing.
But that doesn't make it. But it doesn't. Yes, it's still ongoing, and it's still ongoing in the United States. By the way, most slavery is still like labor. Most trafficking in the world that is occurring is labor trafficking. You know, we talk a lot about trafficking, but the most common type of trafficking in the world is still labor trafficking. It just looks different. And but just because like, okay, so what's your fucking point? Other cultures, other people of different ethnicities have done this barbaric practice throughout history, which is thousands of years. Okay, who gives a fuck? That still doesn't make it okay. What's your point? So it's okay for you to do it?
Any sort of
like I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't like it's just because someone is attempting to make it legitimate by saying that it's just attempting to legitimize shitty behavior by making it even more shitty. I mean, I want to, I mean, like, I don't want to, I don't want to like go into a whole rant about it, particularly because it's like not my field of expertise.
Right.
And it's real fucking early. I don't really know anything this early, but honestly, the biggest thing is that it's just like exactly what you said. Like there's no real reason to legitimize it other than attempting to make yourself feel better about it, likely because you carry some sort of white guilt. But I don't know that approaching the argument that way to a person who shares that perspective is ever going to listen to that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, so Robin is asking how to respond to that. The way I would respond, Robin, is how I just did, is basically be like, okay, well, what's your point? Okay. Like, what was his point? Because ultimately, if you like investigate, he's like, oh, well, not just white people did it. It's like, okay, so what's your point? Are you trying to say that it's okay then?
Sorry.
I think I would say, sorry.
What he would come in with was, oh, they complain about what we did to them, but look what they did to each other before we even got here. And then
I would ask, and again, okay, so what's your point? That you're trying to say it's okay? Either you recognize that it's bad, that things are bad when people do them. If you're like, well, it's bad when these other people do it, then you must agree that it's bad when we do it. Simple. Just like follow the logic there. He's like, oh, well, they just want to complain about this, but not that. It's like, okay, well, we're here. Let's talk about it. What's your fucking point, dude? That it's okay or that it's not okay because they did it, but that means that it's not okay when we do it.
Yeah.
So simple.
I think I would ask, like, are you looking to respond to make them think differently, or are you looking to respond to like continue the debate? Because I mean I would agree with Brenna, absolutely. That would definitely be how I would just respond, unless my goal in my response was to not have the conversation anymore. So I think it depends what you like. This is very like, I'm just very OCD in the way that I think about conversations and things, but this is like what would be the goal and what I would want to say to someone who shares that opinion. Because most of the time, if someone's going to say that to me, I have no interest in interacting with them because they're not going to listen to anything that I likely will say.
Right.
It just depends.
I have to co-parent with this person, and I have to know how I can teach my children, I don't have to talk to him mostly, and then I'm just curious see what his side is, because it doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I was looking for how.
Well, so Robin, I would say, I mean, the first situation that you kind of posed was like when you point out that something that he does or says is like racist or harmful in any way, he responds with something. He to me, it seems like he's trying to avoid accountability by turning it into like this historic debate, right? Using this like whataboutism to basically excuse any sort of current, systemic racism issue, by like completely pivoting into the dumbest fucking argument ever, right? It sounds to me he's trying to derail a conversation about personal accountability, about something that is like in the immediate, you know what I mean? When I say small, I just mean in terms of like this on the scale of things that he probably did or said something shitty. You called it out, and it started this conversation that he turned into this comes from a global issue, and everyone did this at one point, and they don't want to talk about that. And he's just trying to derail that conversation. And so when people do that to me, because like in that conversation, like, yeah, at a certain point, like the goal is to get someone to either not do something shitty or have them take accountability. But like, and at some point, yes, you can walk away, but if the goal is that, like when they pivot like that, I'll just have to okay, like, and what's your point? They don't have a point, I know.
Yeah.
But like, I just asked them that because it's like, okay, you're the one, if they're derailing the conversation to make a point, it's up to them to like show me that they have a point. And if they don't, you know, and I'll just be like, okay, well, so we agree it's bad, right? Okay, cool. So can we get back to the actual fucking issue at hand? Now that you are in a different situation, right, where it's more about co-parenting with this person, you don't have to deal with him. Luckily, like in terms of like your day-to-day life, like obviously you don't want him out here doing shitty fucking things. But you know, his behavior isn't entirely really up to you to like fix or correct. I mean, it never was, but you get what I'm saying. But the concern is more like what are your kids gonna learn and stuff, right? And how do you approach that teaching? And I would say you teach them what you know to be right? You teach them about racism in America and the history and, you know, of racism in America. I mean, and not just you, obviously, like other people can probably speak to it better because we are not experts in the subject. You have them, you know, you approach it the way you would if you were married to a wonderful person who gave a shit about stuff like this. You just do your job the way you would. And then if and when he...
Good night, Andrew. Sorry.
Hi, Andrew. I'm sorry, Andrew. I wasn't like reading the thing. Displacing accountability. That's a great one. Cottage. Yeah. Yeah.
Came up with it. Yeah, I do. I think you could just say that's displacing accountability, and it sounds like it'll probably give him enough to think about that he like will go like, well, now I need a new line for this conversation. So maybe it will, because I have people in my life who have lines, you know, that they feed back into. And if sometimes all I think about is like, okay, well, what can I say that will maybe make this line disappear for a while?
Right. And yeah, just from what I know about the guy, when he created a term like displaced accountability or displacing accountability, he's gonna go, huh? But whatever.
He can Google it. He's fine. He's got a smartphone probably.
He won't.
I just wanted to add that the Native American slavery thing was not based on race at all.
Well, yeah,
that's a completely different thing. They didn't have a religion that said, "Hey, you can do these things," and it wasn't based on skin color. It was based on politics and warfare.
Right.
It wasn't nowhere near the extreme. They didn't treat their slaves the way the white people did. I've read quite a bit about that. It was still not good.
Excuse other.
No, and that's the thing. Two wrongs don't make a right. I mean,
well, it's also. I mean, slavery is. It's not just. It hasn't just happened in North America. You know what I mean? It's happened all over the fucking world for different reasons.
And to a much more massive or large extent in Europe.
Yeah.
And the founding of America there,
I think importantly though is that slavery as thought of as a term in between, for example, two cultural groups or two groups that live next to one another geographically, whatever you want to call them, is different than slavery on an international transatlantic scale that leads to the exploitation of 12 million plus individuals over a period of history. I feel like that's also something that is like a logical fallacy in this part of like this attempt at like the debate. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And I feel like maybe that being called out is good too, but maybe that's
and
too
also,
deep.
I mean, but also to also like point out that if we're talking global scale too, like Romans had slaves, and you know, and they were a global empire and stuff. But also like when we talk about slaves, like again from an America centric thing, a lot of people like don't have a concept of what the other ways that slavery can look like the article that just came out in the New York Times about human let me say a string of random words in between. I'm gonna say a string of words. I can't fucking say it on this thing, so I'm gonna say the 2 words, but I'm gonna throw 3 words in between. Okay? Human, notebook, pen, Carmex, shields. You know what I'm saying? The shields. The living.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool. Sorry, thank you. In is being used by is like they were talking when people hear that term, they think literally like a person is being held. I mean, not everyone, but like some people hear that and they think a person is literally being held as like the way like a wooden shield would be. You know what I mean? This was talking about like instances where people, the victims, were being forced to do really dangerous things, right? Like they were being taken and they were being forced to go into dangerous areas or, you know, speak to dangerous people or whatever, you know what I mean? Like they were being forced to do these very dangerous things. That is forced labor. I mean, it's forced, very dangerous labor. That could be viewed as slavery as well. Right. But we're not talking about that as slavery. That is obviously an issue for many, many fucking reasons. But that is one form of it, too. Obviously, the prison system in the United fucking States, we allow slavery and it's just like forced labor. And yeah, we talk about it like it's for punishment and stuff because our Constitution fucking allows that. But that is also like when people talk about slavery, they don't usually think about like chain gangs and stuff. And they don't talk, you know, a lot of labor trafficking nowadays, modern day labor trafficking comes from like workers that will be, you know, go into a country where maybe they maybe don't speak the language very well, or they just don't have access to resources, and they're dependent on like a family, like an au pair, for example, right? Or whatever. They're completely dependent on a family that they are working for, and that is very easily exploited. And, you know, passports get taken away, and it's just, you know, that's how a lot of labor trafficking occurs. There's also examples of that being used like in like the building of stadiums, for example, you know? Like there's like all these stories you hear of like different countries, like basically importing workers from a neighboring country and then taking advantage of the fact that they are like very disadvantaged, you know, they don't have access to many resources, so much so that they had to like go to the neighboring country to do work, to get paid and and like there's different forms of it. It doesn't just look like the way we first I'm sorry, I'm trying to like I know I'm like getting through this like as if I'm like wading through mud, but I'm just trying to be really fucking careful with my language. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's so much modern day slavery. It's insane. It's there's
well, and also I do want to say, and I know, and when I used to hear this, I used to think that this was like a super radical position, but then in modern years, I always arrive at this conclusion too, and I kind of chuckle because I'm like, I know how this sounds, but actually it's accurate. Women, wives, stay-at-home parents who don't have access to their own like finances and stuff, for example, like stay-at-home parents that are basically like forced to do a bunch of unpaid labor, especially in the era in the United States where a woman could not divorce her husband like on her own, like she was not allowed to do it without his permission and stuff. Like women in this country were legally enslaved very recently, right? Women could be denied a credit card, could be denied a bank account, could be denied like private fucking property in many ways, without a man co-signing, and you weren't like allowed to divorce your husband without his permission in a lot of states, and marital SA was legal, and like, and I know it's crazy when people hear like, oh, why, you know, stay at home or like wifery, being a wife is often like a lot of wives are slaves or whatever. It's slavery. Marriage is slavery. People are like, okay, that's a radical fucking feminist bullshit idea. But actually, when you like get down to it, actually it's actually not that crazy.
It's not even a little trying to get out of a relationship where you're not allowed to work. I went 5 years without working, and then I was finally out of the relationship and allowed to work, and I had to get my own car and my credit. I couldn't get I've got 17% interest on a fucking car because, oh shit, I'm so sorry.
No, let me sorry.
It sucks because I have really good credit, but I wasn't able to do these things for myself because I wasn't allowed to have a job for myself for 5 fucking years, and that puts a huge hold. And then when you go back into the workforce, you're like, oh, hey, I'm a really good employee, and they're like, fuck off, no, that's okay.
Well, and I just want to say, Robin, the first way you put that, you said, I didn't work for 5 years. No. You worked for 5 years. You just did unpaid labor. You worked at the home. You took care, you raised your children. Firstly, you gave birth to your fucking children. You carried them for several months. And then you raised those children and you managed things like in the home and what, you know what I mean? Like you worked, it was just unpaid labor that you have no official, and Tori was too. Now, you know, she was a stay-at-home parent for 15 years and now no work experience. It's like, well, it's unpaid work experience actually. Like, yeah. Sorry, keep going, Robin. I didn't mean to interrupt.
You can't put it on a job application. You can't put it on a job application. You can't put it on a credit application. You are fucked, like financially for a while. But it's manageable eventually.
Yeah. You know, I love an era where you know, stay-at-home parents start putting stay-at-home parenting on their fucking resumes. Like I would love that. If I got like a resume for someone like a production manager or something, and they're like, oh, for these 10 years, I was raising children and managing a household, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. That's actually legit fucking experience. Like logistical organizing. That's actually a perfect set of skills for a lot of production jobs, like a lot of them. And I would love for us to enter into an era where we normalize people putting parenting on resume. I know like people like, you know, child-free people. I was like, what's the term? Child-free people are going to be like, oh, how can you know, oh, we're going to say like, oh, being a parent like gives you a leg up for finding a job and stuff. No. I'm just saying like, if you are a stay-at-home person managing logistics and, you know, whatnot, like just because you're not getting paid for it doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to be like, this is the value that I have contributed to our economy, Parenting and childcare in the home by unpaid parents contributes so fucking much to our economy. Like the fact that you have it's fucking slavery. I'm sorry, it just fucking is. And I know that, again, this sounds ridiculous, it sounds radical, but it is free unpaid labor that stimulates the fucking economy by allowing so many other people to go out and do whatever the fuck they want without having to deal with the difficulties of everything else in their fucking life. Whatever, sorry, keep going. I'm like losing the plot. I'm just like,
No, it's okay.
Thank you, Tori. Thank you, Cottage. Thank you, Cottage.
Thank you.
Technical writing.
Yeah, it's funny because I've been able to work for 2 months now.
Okay.
And I feel so much less stressed. Stay-at-home parents have it like, I don't know, I do so well here, and then there's a time where I am off of work. Like before, it was never off. It was always taking care of, making sure other human beings lived. Mm. And that's a lot. And then just 24/7 isn't sustainable mentally at all. Like, it's so fucked up for anyone to have to deal with that. So I do enjoy working here. It's nice. I feel, and I'm doing so well at work, and I get everyone at work saying how good I do, and I'm like, oh yeah, I do so well because I'm a good worker. And it's amazing going from working 24/7 and being told that, wow, you suck at this, to working, and you're like, oh, you're good. And I love it. I love it so much. I love working. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm glad. And it's funny because, like, there's a thing that I've heard before of, like, the primary caregivers, which are often women, when they get divorced, talking about how, because we talk about, like, oh, you're a single parent, right? Like, if you get divorced, even if you share custody, people are like, oh, single parenting is hard. But the experience is actually, for a lot of women, if they share custody, is actually like, the workload absolutely lessens, because finally their former partner has to, if it's like, let's say it's 50-50, right? Like, their former partner actually is forced to take on some of that work. So even though they're going at it alone, and they have to work and, provide for themselves, like, on their own, and, like, they have to afford, life as a single person is like a lot more expensive. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Cottage. Thank you, Tori. Life as a single person is more expensive than life as, like, a married couple, because you can combine a lot of, like, resources, obviously. But so, like, despite the fact that we say, oh, divorce with kids is really hard, like, the single parenting aspect is really hard. In reality, for women, if the custody is shared, it often, or the primary caregiver, it actually gets a lot fucking easier to be the single parent, because you actually get days off of it, when it's court mandated, which is amazing.
I don't have to ask permission to shower. Like, I don't have to ask somebody. I get to shower occasionally, like, when I want to. And
you got a fucking bank account, Robin. That's fucking amazing. That's so cool. I'm so glad. And that's what I'm saying. Don't ever, please just do one fucking thing for me if we never speak again. Always, always, always have a bank account that is just yours. Always.
I have never. Okay, so I might combine one, but I will have my own, because it's so isolating being, like, controlled financially, and then just, oh, you have to stay here with the kids. Oh, I have the money. You have to ask me for permission to buy anything. I can't imagine not working again. Oh. The whole Project 20 bullshit where, have you read all of it?
No, I haven't read the whole thing, I don't think. Maybe
there's something about like divorces not being legitimate and you have to be with your ex, basically.
Yeah,
and
they want to get rid of no-fault divorce.
I hate that so much. I hate it so much. I can't imagine going back to having to the life I had before. So I would hope that everyone votes soon. By the way, please fucking do not vote for Trump. Please.
Deep Fry, you said something earlier about how it actually, like, it helped you when you went back to work. Do you mean, this was like a few minutes ago when we were talking about putting it on a resume. Are you saying that the skills from having been a stay-at-home parent like helped you at work, or saying, oh, I was parenting, I was stay-at-home parenting for this period of time? No, I'm not pivoting away from it, Machine. Don't fucking vote for Trump. We'll talk about it all fucking day if you want, Machine Yearning, but something tells me you're not here to actually engage in good faith, which is why it's not, no one's responding to you. I'm trying to like look up. Yeah, he said it did work for me when I returned to the workforce. Yeah, about 10 years before you went back. About 10 years before you went, did something not message? So you were a stay-at-home parent for 10 years, for about 10 years before you went back to the workforce? Dude, if you don't like a candidate, that's fine, but like, you don't have to like make up bullshit about it. I'm gonna need you to cite the source on Kamala's HQ, or fucking IQ.
Also, IQ is a really bad way to measure really.
Oh my god, damn it. She was embarrassing today on that Fox interview. Have you actually watched it, dude? The guy kept interrupting her while she was trying to answer. Dude, go fucking watch it again, please. Please. We listened to it all together here. It was fucking crazy. She kept trying to answer and the guy kept interrupting her to the point where he apologized for talking over her and then kept talking over her. Come on. She couldn't answer questions. Maybe he should have fucking let her talk. An interview should try that one.
Honestly, if that's all they have to say about it, then I guess, like they can't really come up with anything else.
All right. You can't fucking come up with anything else. The guy didn't let her, talk, and now you're mad that she couldn't answer questions, supposedly? Okay, yeah, you're fucking wrong.
You'll have to look up Kamala Harris talking yourself. Like, oh no.
Oh. Super Saiyan. It's 2:42. I'm not gonna stay up till 4 tonight. She had very clear answers, Diamond. Not sure why someone like you, I fucking know. You're not here to engage in good faith. She tried answering, and in fact, if you listen, you can hear her answering under what's his fucking face, who kept speaking over her while she was answering. If you listen real hard, you can actually fucking hear her answer the questions. No, he kept interrupting. He repeatedly interrupted her. He would ask a question, she would start answering it, and he would start pivoting to a different fucking question. Come on, dude. Jesus Christ. He kept interrupting her and speaking over her, and you're mad because, she could barely fucking hear herself speak. Dude, I don't know why you're in here spreading your fucking brain rot. If you don't want to have critical thinking skills just so you can be a terrible person, that's totally your prerogative. But everyone else here knows exactly how that went, and we all saw it and we all heard it. You're not going to convince anyone in here that we didn't just see and hear exactly what it was. You're not fooling anyone. You can go and like be as terrible of a fucking person as you want and like shape your reality around yourself just to feel cozy in that type of existence. Be my fucking guest. No one here is falling for the bullshit. Have a little respect. Have a little respect. She fucking... Jesus. Okay, Diamond, that's all you got? Okay. Gotcha, deep fry. Yeah, right, Cottage? Yeah, it's okay to feel bad, to be fucking embarrassed. It is funny. Y'all get real desperate. Anytime something's great, you guys have to come in here and just like convince yourselves that she did poorly or something. You're not trying to convince me. You're trying to convince yourselves. That's what's amazing. I don't go into your stupid fucking lives just to yell about Trump, you know, every time he fails. Like, I saw it. I know it. How do you stop them if they own the Fed? What are you fucking talking about, Irving? No, we didn't. T. That's funny though. Is that why Trump is winning every poll? Diamond, did you miss the fucking news story that came out that showed that like they were literally paying for positive polls? Yikes. Yikes. I'm sure you did miss it because Fox News doesn't report on real news like that. I know you did. Just so you know, they're literally paying for positive polling. And it honestly, like, whatever. It doesn't, like, that's the other thing. Like, fucking Trump Trump voters come in here all the time just saying, like, he's going to win, he's going to win. And when people ask me all the time, who do you think is going to win? And I'm like, I have no idea who's going to win. I'm not going to pretend I know that because I don't think it matters who I think is going to win. Like, why is that like a rallying cry? He's going to win, he's going to win. Like, how does that... You don't know that, firstly. You actually just don't know that. So the fact that you think you do and you're like asserting that just tells me what you're planning on fucking doing. You know, let's engage in some intellectual honesty. We can talk about polls if you want, but to come in here and be like who are you trying to convince of that? You know what I mean? Like if you're really secure in him winning, maybe you can just go home and like, and then after it happens, then you can celebrate. But it sounds to me like you're trying to convince yourselves and me that something's gonna, like, I'm happy to fucking wait. Like, let's wait to see what happens. Oh, so Diamond, you didn't even watch it, did you, Diamond? You literally just listened. You're on Truth Social and you're just reading whatever Donnie Boy tells you, huh? Okay, that's not even fucking true.
Maybe they just view their purpose as just spouting nonsense for making things that they think are fun. I would say funny, but it's not funny. It's just bad trolling.
It is. And it's so funny too, because they do it also, like, I see huge waves of them running around and saying he's gonna win anytime Kamala has like a good thing happen. Like and it really, really started like when Biden stepped down and Kamala came in, all of a sudden there was this huge fucking influx of like red hats running from my live to the next live to like, and you can see it because I'll sometimes stop into other lives that talk, you know, the issues and politics and stuff. And they just go in to say like, he's going to win, he's going to win, he's going to win. And it's like, okay, that sounds, I get it. That's what you believe. That's fine. I don't care. And you've said it once. Now you can move on. Like we've all been informed of your belief. Who cares? Like everyone else is trying to have an actual conversation about issues, about, actual interesting things. You're just going to come in here and be like, he's going to win. Is that the conversation? Like, that's also in many ways like the lowest common fucking denominator type of conversation you can have around like a sports game or match of some sort, right? Where you're just like, I guess maybe trash talking your opponents like, oh, we're gonna win, right? But even that is like the least, that's like just the lowest fucking common denominator type of sports talk you can have. I'm gonna win. Okay. Cool. Noted. Now let's go see who actually wins. She does great under pressure without a teleprompter, Irving. Have you watched one of Trump's rallies in its entirety yet? Bet you can't get through it. All right, Diamond. Okay, you let me know about the realities of the situation. Thank you so much. Is that all you have to contribute to the conversation, or do you want to actually talk about like real stuff? Opportunity economy? Yeah, what are you talking about, Chris? Why don't you guys, hey, actually, can we do something real quick? Can you guys tell me when you want to make things like great again, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? I'm waiting. What do you mean by that? When you say you want to make things great again, what do you mean by that? Genuine question. When was America great last? Chris, she has 80 pages of policy outlined on her website. If you can read, doubtful, I know. It's up there for you. 80 fucking pages. You can go find it.
I've just been doing some Googling because I was interested because I hadn't looked it up in a few days. And most polls have
I want to hear from
independent polls that I'm looking for. They all have Harris ahead.
Independent polls? Yeah. Actual independent polls that like have her ahead. But it's like I also don't care all that much. I use polls to inform myself, not to like, I don't know. I don't get what the point is to run around telling people someone's gonna win. Why? Like we'll all find out together. I think,
Yeah, honestly, and also as well with polls. I mean,
you did answer it.
They all ask different questions and different things. It's not the same. Like there's no unique metric that work them all together. I agree.
Well, I guess it's a good thing I'm not running for president, undateable. No one cares if you guys think that she's cratering or gonna lose. Like I don't. Okay, noted. Thank you. All right, she's gonna lose according to you. Cool. So I mean, but if she's gonna lose, then your work is done here, right? Like you can leave. We're done. Your work is done here. Ipsos has her ahead. Okay, so Diamond, when was it prosperous? When was it prosperous? When you say you want to make it as prosperous as before liberals ruined it, what is that like? When are we talking? Man, the cope is so hard. Every time she does great, like you guys come in here trying to convince everyone she did terribly. I don't even know if you watched it or if you're literally just repeating what Trump said, but like, what's amazing is that like when she fucking does well, I don't feel the need to like go into like MAGA lives and convince everyone, Otherwise, I don't fucking know. Diamond, you're not answering. So what are you talking about when you say you want to return to like back when it was prosperous before libs ruined it? When are you talking about? When did libs ruin it? What's the prosperity era that we're talking about? Diamond, I'm asking you a question. Okay, well, you guys came in here raising the question of how well she did. Fine. Oh, she did terribly. Okay. Okay. What do you mean when you say you want to return to the prosperous time before libs? Whatever. When people were able to buy a new car working a summer job? Is that what you mean? Can you give me like when that was? A time period that was? A year? A decade even? So when was that, Diamond? You seem to have like a clear idea of when this, are we talking about like the 1950s, 1960s? Oh, okay. So you can't even tell me what era. You just picked a president, a random fucking president. Oh boy. Why don't you tell me an actual 2019 or 2020? That's okay, but then you want MAGA, you want to make America great again, but when he was saying that in 2019, he obviously wasn't referring to 2019 or 2020, right? It was obviously apparently terrible already. So what did he mean then? You realize that's a weird fucking... It was so great in 2019 and 2020. 50s and 60s? 50s and 60s? Okay. Great. So, in the 50s and 60s, to being able to support a household on one average income. So do you know when that was? Okay, so in the 1950s and 60s, for the majority of it, actually, let's be real. So wait, 80s. So I got like a few things, right? 1950s, 1960s. Okay. No, okay, that's fine. No. Like I'm gonna take your word for it and say that you just want to go back to the economy of the 1950s and 60s. Congratulations, that is a Democrat economy. Democrats controlled the House and the Senate for several decades, starting in 1930, because Republicans fucked up the economy so badly. You may remember this little thing called the Great Depression that came about in 1929, because Republicans were running shit for a good decade leading up to that. They were writing the legislation, they were handling economic policy, and then Dems came into power, with the exception of two-year periods. All of that economic policy, starting in like 1930, 32-ish, well into like the mid-90s. Up until 1980, they had both houses, and then there was a brief period in the 80s under Reagan where they got the Senate back, and then Dems got the Senate back, and it was both houses again until like 1996. Yeah, most of that. Do you want to see it? Do you want to see the timeline? Let's like show you the fucking timeline. Right. That's the timeline. So that's like 1920 or 1919 technically, all the way up to 2023. This all the periods that you tell me that America was great, Democrats had control for the most part of Congress, both chambers. So they were the ones setting most of the economic policy and all the fucking policies in the country, actually. So cool. Yeah, we agree. Let's go back to 1950s, 1960s economic policy. I would love that. The top marginal tax rate in the 1950s and 60s was 91% and 92%. The top effective tax rate in those decades was around 45%. Do we want to go back to that? I'd love to. I'd actually really love that. I think that would be really fucking great. There was also insane investment in infrastructure and higher education, giving out lots of grants and, you know, scholarships and financial aid to students that, you know, could not afford to go to college at the time. What else? Irving. When you had USA made products, great. That was all under Democrats. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes, we agree. Democrats do make the best economic policy. You're correct. The U.S. economy has never been better than when it was under Democratic fucking rule. Congratulations. Yes, we're all on the same page here. David, the past 16 years, the Democrats had control for 12 years of it. Okay, but you understand that if you go back, that's a very convenient cutoff, right? You went or you're talking about the the presidency, right? If you just go back 16 years, but if you go back another 8 years past that, it flips, doesn't it? It actually starts to even out, doesn't it? If you go back the last 4 years, you know what? If you go back the last 4 years, Democrats had control of the presidency 100% of the time. They were dictators over the last 4 years. But if you go back 8 years, they only had it for 50% of the time. Actually, less than that. In the last 8 years, did you know that in the last 8 years, Republicans had a president? The president was Republican for the majority of the time. The majority of the last 8 years, it was a fucking Republican.
And Biden has been working on it. That was, you know, Inflation Reduction Act and all that other stuff. He's been working on fixing the Trump mess ups.
And when you guys talk about you guys are kind of like revealing your hand here. You guys clearly have no fucking clue how this government works and who writes laws. You know? The president can do certain things and push for certain things, absolutely, and influence and whatnot, and actually submit proposals. But ultimately, Congress passes legislation. That is the legislative branch. And Republicans have been in control for the past, a lot more of both chambers for the past 30 years, as you can see. These last few years. So if life has gotten rough in the last 20 or so years, you mostly have Republicans to thank for that, once again. If Trump wins, what conclusion, where the fuck is that coming from? What does that mean? What did I say that says that? If Congress is Democrat controlled and they have enough of a majority to if they have a super majority and stuff to actually get shit done without obstructionist fucking Republican Congress, to a certain extent, I would say I don't even give a shit if Trump is president. You know, is that what you want? We agree, right, that the 1950s, 1960s, even some of the 1980s were the greatest economic period for the U.S. And you know what? I would agree. Yeah. The U.S. did pretty fucking well for a few decades there. And it started going to shit in the last few decades. Ooh. I'm happy to give you guys the presidency if we give Democrats a supermajority in Congress so they can get shit done again. Yeah, Cottage, but if like Democrats have the fucking supermajority in Congress, they get to decide who gets voted in. You guys understand that the president doesn't just place Supreme Court justices; it's voted on by Congress. Guys, okay, you guys don't. Okay, come on, guys. The president doesn't just place; he nominates them, correct? And Congress can choose not to fucking vote for them, as we saw with Merrick Garland. It's fine. I'm saying if they want the presidency, if we get a fucking supermajority in Congress so that Dems can actually do what the fuck they want to, great. I don't give a shit at that point. I mean, I don't not give a shit, but much prefer it. Much prefer it to the opposite, you know? Thank you, Cody. Thank you for the let them cook. How about just use those bootstraps? Yeah, right?
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
I know, Megan. I know that. I also know that if Trump wins, like, the presidency, Democrats are not going to get the majority in Congress either. I fucking know that. But I'm talking to people who don't understand how this country works with regards to laws. And who are saying that if that Democrats are somehow, who are responding to the fact that Democrats are responsible for every fucking positive economic era in this country, the great, that they're trying to get back to. And, and they're saying, and the best they can come up with is, oh, okay, so are Democrats going to take credit for Trump's economic boom? And I'm just like, fucking what? if Democrats are the ones running fucking Congress, both houses or both chambers, the House and the Senate, and they have the fucking supermajority they need to get shit done, yeah, they'll take credit. I don't know. That was a weird fucking question. And you knew what, Irving? You knew what? Oh, does someone not understand tariffs? Yeah, no, 38. What do you... No, 38. You're missing the fucking point of tariffs. Yes, you are correct. Tariffs are imposed in order to look, this is how tariffs work. Apparently, I have to fucking explain this. Tariffs are placed on goods coming in from like other countries because the government wants to make it more favorable to buy alternatives, right? Ideally, the goal is that people will want to buy American products because if they're buying like products from China, more so than like American made products, it's probably because the products from China are just as good or good enough, but cheaper, right? So the reason you impose tariffs is so that the goods become more expensive for Americans so that they will be forced to consider other options like American made ones. But the reason that works is because the cost of the tariff is passed on to the American consumer. So it pressures them to make a different choice. That's why tariffs work.
You got to use those tariffs because the capitalist Americans cannot produce like those commies can. Got them.
Yeah, guys, I literally 38. I just explained tariffs to you. I just explained it. The cost gets passed on to the American consumer. That's why tariffs work, by the way. Tariffs are the reason to set tariffs is so that you're not technically setting like a fucking ban. You can also ban an import from a country. You can do that too. But the reason you set tariffs is to basically not fuck up your relationship with that country and whatever, but make it so that products coming in from that country are less desirable because they're more expensive. So if a bunch of Americans are buying products from China, it's because they're cheap, right? You want them to buy American products, but the problem is American products are more expensive because we pay people more, because American life costs more, whatever the fucking reason. American made products are more expensive. Most people are going to go for the cheaper product if they're pretty much the same. So you impose tariffs to make those products more expensive so that Americans, when they're choosing between the two products, are more likely to choose the American ones. It's so fucking simple, guys. But the result is that the cost of the tariffs gets passed on to the consumer. It's basic fucking economics. You don't even need to know economics to fucking understand it. It's such a basic concept. Yet, Chris, that's how tariffs work. Chris, yeah, the reason it raises the imported goods to the price of domestic products. Right, Chris, congratulations. That means that it makes the cheapest products more expensive. So when you go to the grocery store, let's say it's a grocery store, right? I mean, or what's a fucking good just example? Yeah, let's say grocery store, right? When you go to the grocery store and you're buying apples, right? I don't think we import apples from China, but let's pretend we do, right? You go to the grocery store, you buy apples. A lot of people, if you're going to see an apple that costs you fucking 10 cents and you're going to see an apple that costs $1 and maybe the $1 apple is like a little bit better, but it's not 90 cents better. Most people are going to buy the 10-cent apple, right? Which means 10 apples is going to cost you $1. Great. You buy 10 apples a week, let's say, because you really love your apples. And once a week, you spend $1 on 10 apples. When the tariffs are placed, because the American government is like, well, we want more people buying American apples. So how do we do that? We got to make this 10-cent apple more expensive. They place the tariffs to make the 10-cent apple cost $1 or maybe $1.10 now, or let's say $1, right? So they cost the exact same amount, but this one's American made. And maybe it's a little bit better. Remember, it tastes a little bit better. You're going to buy this one. You're more likely to buy this one. Even if it's like not a preference thing, if they're the same price, people are going to start defaulting to 50-50, right? Let's just say. So more people are going to start buying this apple. But you buy 10 apples a week, right? So the result is that now instead of paying $1 a week for your apples, you have to pay $10 a week. And if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to buy this one, you want to buy the cheapest apple, which is like the Chinese apple, because this apple is more expensive, when you buy 10 of this apple, it's also $10 a week. So that's why it raises prices for consumers. It's very simple. It's really not that hard to understand. Thanks for the follow. You don't have a username. Interesting. Oh, huge. Yeah, 50% increase is not, inflation did not go up 50%. And actually, Chris, it is, because the people who are affected most by tariffs are people who make less money. And inflation actually affects wealthier people worse, funny enough. That's why, by the way, all the fucking fear-mongering from Republicans and your billionaire fucking people, they want you to give a shit about inflation, but not tariffs. because inflation hurts them more than it hurts you. But tariffs hurt you more than it hurts them. No, it is true, Chris. I agree, Vinny. Bananas are totally superior. Far superior. Define wealthy. No, I'm saying like relative along the scale. Tariffs affect people who make less money more, less wealthy people. Relative. I'm not even defining. I'm not saying that there's like a hard line to define it and stuff, because that entirely depends on the metric we're using. Less wealthy people are affected more by tariffs, because the people who are buying the cheapest version of most products are people who have less money. Wealthy people are not defaulting to the cheapest version of every product. And not every product, but they don't need to go for the cheap ones. But also, like, because they have a lot more money, the difference often, like, much less, it's a smaller percentage of their actual wealth. So it affects them less. Inflation affects wealthier people more, especially if, most of their, especially if you have like capital gains and stuff and you have investments, inflation will take a bigger bite basically out of wealth that you have that's amassing its own additional value. So yeah, billionaires care about inflation a lot more than they do tariffs, for sure. But you don't have to be a billionaire to care about, Chris, that's a great question. Republicans don't want to raise wages. Yeah, I agree. We should. And once again, we go back to the fucking awesome economic policy that Democrats have been pushing for the better part of like the mid-century. They instated minimum wage laws, which back in the 50s, adjusting for inflation, is about like $13.57 today. And mainly because inflation has been higher in the past like year or two. That's why there's the push for $15 federal minimum wage. But if you want wages to increase, you got to vote blue. Unfortunately, Democrats don't want your wages to increase. Did I say Republicans or Democrats? Republicans do not consistently vote against fucking wage increases and shit. Democrats are consistently, like, it's literally been part of their fucking platform for several rounds of this shit now. Come on. What do I think about Charlie Kirk? That guy's a fucking weirdo. He makes shit up. I saw some weird video the other day where he made up a fucking definition of like something and tried to like use that to talk about like medical whatever. Fucking hell. Oh, okay, Chris. So you don't actually have a response to the fact that if you care about increasing wages, which I do too, we're on the same page here, dude. You got to vote for Democrats. No response to that, right? Because you realized that I have, that I'm correct. You mean Dem policy of importing illegals and paying them pennies? That's not okay. That's not.
Wait. I thought the Dems wanted to make them all legal here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Why are you changing the thing? Don't change the thing. Stick to the same thing. Don't try to make yourself sound better there.
You deport the illegals. You can. How does that actually? Walk me through that logic, Chris. Actually, do you want to come up, Chris? Let's talk about it. Let's walk through this logic. You deport the illegals, you can pay the construction workers more. That's not how any of that works.
Nope.
No. You think companies are gonna look around and be like, "Oh, cool, we got rid of our cheap labor. We're going to go pay our minimum wage workers more out of the kindness of our hearts." Is that what's happening in this fantasy of yours? Is that genuinely what like Republicans are saying? Minimum wage is $7.25, dude. Federal minimum wage is $7.25. If you pay, hold on. Okay. You think companies are paying undocumented immigrants $20 a day so that they don't have to pay American citizens $7.25? Is that what you think is happening? That explains. I was about to say that explains a lot.
It's not $20 a day. I've worked with a lot of them. They usually make somewhere between $90 and $120 a day.
Dude. Okay, Chris, oh my God, wow. Wow, they get paid $20 a day so that companies can avoid paying American citizens $7.25 a day. That's what you're saying? That's genuinely, companies are purposefully would rather pay people nearly, 3 times as much? What? Oh, I see what you're saying. $20 a day. Sorry. Okay. Pardon. That was totally my fucking thing. I was like, $20 a day. Like, my brain was assuming $20 an hour. Okay, fine. Yeah. They're paying them $20 a day. Yeah. They're only making $20 a day. Yeah.
They're not paying them just $20 a day sometimes, but most of them, like I said, are making between $90 and $120 a day. I've worked with a lot of those people.
Good. $16 an hour. Yes, but federal minimum wage is $7.25, guys. Even undocumented people won't work for $20 a day. Yeah.
One of the biggest downsides is they don't get unemployment benefits. They don't get Social Security.
We looked up the numbers the other night. Undocumented workers do pay into taxes, and there's different types, because some of them do work and pay into Social Security, all that kind of stuff. Some of them don't, not all of them, but they actually do contribute several $billion a year to our Social Security stuff and our benefits. Like, we actually literally get more value out of it that they don't then take out. It's actually it's a pretty good fucking deal for Americans. And also, by the way, the economy actually benefits from it, which sucks. I agree. We should pay even undocumented immigrants minimum wage at the very least. I agree fully. Yeah, only if they have a stolen. Well, it's not always stolen, but yes, it's not inaccurate. There's special status and stuff. It's not fucking inaccurate. We looked it up the other day. Yesterday, I think. We pulled it back up. It's not inaccurate, guys. Just because you don't like it doesn't make it fake. All right, let's see. The Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy said that, let's see, undocumented immigrants paid $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. Nothing to say to that? No, I literally read that out. Cha-cha. Listen, okay? You ready? Undocumented immigrants paid $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes. Most of that amount, $59.4 billion, was paid to the federal government, while $37.3 billion was paid to state and local governments. And that more than a third of the tax dollars paid by undocumented immigrants go towards payroll taxes dedicated to funding programs that these workers are barred from accessing. Undocumented immigrants paid $25.7 billion in Social Security taxes, $6.4 billion in Medicare taxes, and $1.8 billion in unemployment insurance taxes in 2022. That's just 1 year, dude. They're contributing billions of dollars to your Social Security and Medicare and unemployment insurance funds. You better fucking thank your lucky stars too, because Republicans keep draining at like Social Security and Medicare and stuff, just to ensure that there's none left for you and me. Chris, the good news is that you don't actually define law, so it doesn't matter what you consider a person or not. Their legal status is their legal status. Thankfully, you are not in charge of anything. What's a bad? Oh, sorry, Cha-Cha. Okay. So you want to make this argument that they're not paying into Social Security, Medicare, taxes until it turns out that you're wrong, and now all of a sudden it's a bad argument? Okay. I see what you're doing. Don't spam. Chris, the point is you can call them whatever you want, but their legal status doesn't depend on you and your feelings. Thankfully, because can you imagine if a fucking snowflake got to decide a person's legal status? Okay. You're getting... Oh, we can mark viewers now. Did you see that?
I did not. What do you mean, mark viewers?
If you tap on the username now, you can mark them, so it makes them, I guess, I don't know if it's that'll like last across different lives, but like maybe if someone gets like a warning or something, you want to keep an eye out for them for being like sketchy.
That'd be a neat feature. Yeah,
but I don't know if it'll last around to the next one, but we should try it out.
Yeah, totally.
Censorship? No, Seth, if someone's spamming and just copying the same thing over and over and over again, yeah, I guess I censored spam.
It's just annoying when they do that.
You're welcome.
Don't be childish like that. Don't spam.
Legal status or not, they'll be gone soon. So Chris, what are you threatening? Are you going to kick out people who are here legally? Or are you going to, what are you threatening exactly? Chris, I'm so glad. I mean, firstly, that's, oh God, 20 years? Nope. But I'm so glad that you agree that the way to fix the immigration issue is to put more funding into our immigration system in order to speed up the asylum process. We agree. It'd be great. We should shorten that time to 2 weeks. That they come up, they request asylum and then they get a court date 2 weeks later. I agree. But we got to put money towards it. And Republicans keep saying no. So. Yeah, dude, you understand, Chris, your mother basically filled out a form to make you a citizen, right? She didn't just pop you out of her cooch and call it a day. Freddie on Twitch says, go ahead and mark me. I'm a problem. I don't think I can do it on Twitch. Yeah, exactly, Chris. So once again, you agree with Democrats' policy. Democrats are trying to put more money towards the immigration system to speed up the fucking process. Absolutely. You'll get like legitimate, the trade-off is, though, that legitimate asylum requests will also get approved. But, apparently, do you have an issue with all immigrants or you just have an issue with the ones that do it illegally? Cool, Chris. So again, vote. You want to vote Democrat then, because Democrats are trying to fund the system that like handles all of that. They're trying to put more money towards it so that it shortens the fucking time, so that it happens more swiftly. So thank you for fucking. No, Chris, dude, Chris, if you want to fucking I'm sorry, Chris, but like the alternative. Here's the fucking thing, Chris. If you want to jail to just like keep fucking a bunch of people in cages, in jail, imprison them for what you said, 20 years. It's actually the average amount of time is 2 years. Last I checked. that costs taxpayers a lot of fucking money too. So the actual fucking solution is just putting money towards the actual fucking system to process them more quickly. That is the simplest fucking solution. It is the simplest solution. Stop pivoting. Who gives a fuck, Chris? Who gives a fuck? Romania, Mexico. Okay. Wow. Great. Immigration rates are like now fucking, or border crossings are now lower under Biden than they were when Trump left office. So I'm not twisting your words, Chris. You're just pivoting because I showed you that your position is actually more aligned with Democrats. Dude, Chris, it is true. It actually is true, Chris. Because, once again, put money towards vetting them. That's fine. I have, Chris. Do you understand that? Do you know anything about the bipartisan border bill and how Trump tanked it to basically try to fuck Biden over and fucked everyone in America over by doing so? Like, literally, that's how little he gives a shit about you. Chris, go look at the new numbers. Go look at the new numbers. Go look at the... No, Chris, that's not what it was. If that's what it was, you know, Republicans proposed the bill. They wrote the bill, right, Chris? So are you saying that Republicans are the ones that wrote a bill that gave amnesty to basically all illegals in the U.S. right now? No. I mean, you tell me. Is that what you think the bipartisan border bill that was introduced by Republicans said? Is that what you think it said? Oh, okay, Chris. Yeah, you don't fucking... Okay. That's... What a fucking gymnastics flip you did there. Was that like a fucking double round off? I don't fucking remember my gymnastics terms. Cartwheel? Round off? I know, yeah. It's hard to argue with people that make it up as they go. Chris, let's talk fucking facts. The bipartisan border bill did not say that. It did not grant amnesty to all undocumented immigrants in the U.S. It just didn't. It was written by Republicans, you know, and you think it's beautiful that Republicans killed the Republican dream bill? Yeah, I mean, it just proves how fucking hypocritical they are, like, truly. And by the way, Republicans came out and explained what happened on this. So they proposed a bill. They worked with Democrats. Democrats got more, like, agreed to a lot more just like general conservative border policies. Democrats, their big fucking thing is fund the actual immigration system so that you can process people more quickly. It's very simple in actuality. But they can see, you know, they basically were like, fine, we'll set like asylum quotas. We'll set all this kind of shit, you know, everything. It was the Republican dream bill. It was all set to pass, and Trump got worried because he didn't want Biden to have like a win under his administration. So he started calling up Republicans. And again, this is coming straight from Republicans' mouths. They said this, okay? And they said Trump called around and told Republicans not to vote for the bill, their own bill, because he didn't want anything good to happen under Biden. So Trump literally, like, just to fucking trick you, people like you, into voting for him, he literally called around and stopped legislation that you supposedly want. That's how little he gives a shit about you. So you know what Biden did for you? And you're not giving him any fucking credit for it. He did it for you, for the country. He then passed executive orders that would pass as much of the border bill he ostensibly could. And now his administration is being sued for the executive orders that he passed, because executive orders are not designed to fucking legislate. That's not how this country is supposed to work. But he passed these executive orders anyway. Was put into effect despite Republicans shooting themselves in the foot on this one. That's a great question. Chris asked, why didn't he just keep the border policies Trump had with his executive orders? Okay, so firstly, most of like Trump's executive orders were like illegal as shit, and his administration was being sued for them as well. When Biden went into office, he also tried to extend, so the big policy that was in place when Biden got into office was Title 42, which was the COVID era, like crazy restrictions, right? And Biden tried to extend Title 42, and the Supreme Court ruled that he couldn't. So the Supreme Court, the conservative Supreme Court with justices that your guy chose and your Republicans voted in, told Biden that he could not extend Title 42, which is like the biggest reason that immigration dropped as much as it did under Trump. The rest of it is all the same policy. That's like the number of crossings and stuff into the fucking country. They were affected by COVID and Title 42, which Biden was not allowed to extend. Otherwise, the immigration policy is the same that it was under Trump. Yeah, no problem. Talked. We fact check in here, Jack. We look it up literally night after night, constantly. Anything you want me to look up, I will look it up for you. Don't you fucking worry. Thank you, Guy. He's going to invent migrant crime. Did he say that? But the other 200 plus that he undid, that obviously had an effect. Chris, the immigration, so firstly, there were not 200 plus, border orders that Trump had in place. That's not, he had like 200 plus executive orders in general, that a lot of which were like illegal executive orders, which is why the administration was being sued for so fucking many of them. Because again, guys, the way laws are written, they're supposed to be written by Congress. And no president until fucking Trump has used executive orders the way Trump used them, which is why his administration was getting sued so fucking often by, civil rights groups and stuff like that. Which, by the way, and again, like that's the whole Muslim ban thing that he put in place that got overturned like less than 24 hours. That was an executive order. That was an illegal executive order, for example. Like there's a bunch of those that he, My ethical beliefs regarding these dilemmas. What do you mean? Like it did quadruple. So Chris, most of the decrease in immigration was because of COVID. You remember that COVID basically locked down every country. And it wasn't just like the border policy that locked it down. It wasn't just like US immigration policy, which again was Title 42, which again, Biden tried to extend and the Supreme Court did not allow him to. The very conservative Supreme Court that you guys fucking selected did not allow him to extend those COVID era policies. But a lot of immigration was also it slowed down all around the world because movement was like completely locked down, not just between borders, but in many places also between like towns and stuff. Like, I don't know if you guys were around any sort of areas like this, but I had a friend who was like who basically like invited me to come to like his beach house to like ride out lockdown with another friend. But when we were getting ready to go to the beach house, it was like in the Outer Banks, they were shutting down the bridge. They were basically going to quarantine the entire fucking like island peninsula thing, whatever, by shutting down the bridge access. Like, and they did it the next day. So we ended up not going. So like in the United States as well, but this happened like all over the world, countries shut down like movement in different ways. Obviously every country did it differently. So people stopped moving around as much in general. Like migration down in the world stopped. I mean, air travel stopped. Like, do you remember this? Like, our pollution like plummeted. It was crazy. All like our cars, people stopped driving places. It was nuts. Everyone stopped moving around. So yeah, so like immigration into the United States plummeted, but it's not because Trump did some magical finger waving or whatever. Unless you also want to credit him with the fact that, like, you know, people stopped driving. You want to credit him with all the jobs that were lost during COVID too? I'm happy to. Do you want to credit him with all the lives that were lost during COVID? Go for it. Yeah, in that case, congratulations, Trump. You really, really slowed things down. What about before that? He had less than any point in. No, no, dude. No, you should look at the numbers. Before COVID hit, it was like, it was increasing steadily, but along with like, it was like basically at the same rate as like every other fucking president. And now again, but like the rate has plummeted so heavily. It's like at a record breaking low. It is plummeted faster than it like fucking ever has. And now it's slower than when Trump left office, which was like peak COVID and stuff too. Look at CPI while you're at it. Again, so I don't, you understand that the president doesn't control CPI, right? Most economic policy is written in Congress, which, as we have established, has been mostly under Republican control for the last like 25 or so years, 30 years. But also, you know, a lot of shit went down with COVID and the fucking economy, and that had a big part of it. Very fucking simple. Gas prices were cheaper than dirt. And Joe Biden and God, can you talk about the fucking agreement that was happening? No wars with Trump. Okay. You understand, guys, you understand that other countries go into war, that's not exactly like Biden's fucking fault, right? It's a lot of, I mean, we can also say like, oh, no wars were started. I mean, who else, what, I'm trying to think if like what other like world leaders coincided with like Trump's years in office. You know, we can look at some other country. Let's imagine that it's like France, right? Had a fucking prime minister in for like 6 years and no wars were started in the past 6 years. That's not because of the fucking prime minister. That's not how that works. Also, again, COVID, pretty much everything stopped, right? For a while. The leader of Syria. Does it coincide actually? That's actually fucking funny. Sending billions overseas also had something to do with it. With what? Sending billions of what? Dollars, I assume? Had something to do with what? Wars? Gas prices, yeah, went down.
Gas prices were going down before Trump because OPEC and Russia were in the middle of a little price war. Then they went up after Trump because Trump got OPEC and other oil industries to cut production to increase prices. It's all very well documented. So whenever y'all were saying, thanks Joe Biden with your little stickers on the gas pump, that was Trump's 2-year deal that he was so proud of making because he gave OPEC everything they wanted because he's such a good business person. He just bowed down and kissed the ring. It's just facts. It's easily, you can look it up real easy.
You're still on that, Diamond? Like, Jesus, that's all you can pull out? Thank you, God.
And then Joe Biden, thanks to him pulling out of the reserves, he brought the fuel prices back down.
Dude, I'm gonna tell y'all something right now, man. The comments that come through on this channel crack me the fuck up. They're the way that these guys hit and run with the bumper sticker messaging is hilarious to me, man. Like,
I mean, and they're invited to come up, but they didn't want to because it's easier to just copy paste the Fox News talking points. We've talked about this before, by the way. There's like, usually you can tell that it comes in waves. And you can basically tell exactly what either Trump has been tweeting or what has been said on Fox News for the past week, because they all come in and independently of each other will like say almost the exact same thing word for word for a couple of days. It's amazing. It's like, it's always, yeah, it is really fascinating to see.
I'm getting tired of it, bro. I mean, oh Lord,
No real answer. Diamond, we just fucking spent, I'm sorry. We just spent like, 20 minutes talking through different economic policies and shit, and you're really just gonna throw out no real answer? Okay. God. Sorry. Keep going, guy.
No, you're spot on, man. Dude, so I'm starting to get frustrated because, and this is probably something that we've all dealt with, but posting videos where you do like detailed breakdowns of like policy or whatever, and you get like literally 100 views. And then you scroll, you be death scrolling, and then you'll see like, or doom scrolling, whatever you call it, and you'll see this dumbass just dropping again the bumper sticker talking points with like 200,000 likes. Dude, I'm losing interest in TikTok. I really am. I'm about to drop them.
Honestly, can I tell you though? I post my TikToks on, like, I'm primarily on TikTok, but I'm like building myself a life raft. By the way, in the, I don't know if I can say it, link in the, you can find all my other socials in case TikTok gets bananaed. But, so I post my TikToks on YouTube and I'm sorry. Well, and also on IG. And I'm sorry, but the comments that come in on IG and YouTube are somehow so much worse. So much worse. And by the way, guy, I don't know if you know this, but while you're swiped out, we can't hear you. So if you do respond, yeah.
Gotcha.
By the way, guy, I don't know if you know this, but while you're swiped out, we can't hear you. So sorry, you have to swipe out again. There's a loop on your audio. Yeah, there's a loop on your audio, so swipe out and swipe back in, and it'll fix it. Oh, no, you don't have to hop down, but it is, right, Talked? Yeah. Thank you for sharing the line, Robin.
Yeah, I think the algorithm, because I go about TikTok and poke at them and stir them up like a hornet's nest, and then whenever I come on here and get in the box, it sort of drags them in with sometimes.
It might be it. It might be you.
It amuses me because that's one of the reasons why I wasn't going to get in the box, because you didn't look like you were in the mood to argue with them tonight.
He wasn't originally, but then they said something stupid.
So sorry about that.
Hey, that was weird.
For future reference, you can just swipe. You can just go to like a different app and then come back into it. You don't have to hop in.
Gotcha.
It'll usually work. It's just a weird bug thing that's been going on.
Hey, let me ask you a question real quick here. You ever, so speaking of YT, right? Have you followed the channel Vanguard?
No, probably not. I don't follow many channels. I follow like 3 channels on there.
So like, what about like, Kyle Kalinske, right? Like secular talk.
So I've never really been like an avid YouTube watcher the way you know what I mean? Like I'll usually go to YouTube to find a very specific thing. So I'm very new to that. I post on there now, and I have over 1,000 subscribers on there.
Oh, nice.
Which is pitiful, but compared to TikTok, but we're building a life raft. So by the way, you guys, if you want to, thank you, Talked. Thank you. Yeah. If this, what was the way? I might start posting more deep dive, like breakdowns on YouTube. We were just kind of talking about that earlier tonight because we were talking about the interview that she gave, and then we were trying to watch Trump's interview with the same guy, but it was like behind a paywall. So
you're talking about Brett Baer?
Yeah, thank you, Brett Baer.
Yeah.
BB. And so and Andrew was like, oh, you should do like an in-depth breakdown, like kind of comparing like the times he interrupted her versus him, and like when things got a little antagonistic, like what caused it. And I was like, yeah, that'd be fucking great. But it's definitely not for TikTok. If anything, it's for YouTube.
Long form.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't know. But YouTube is just full of fucking MAGA too. MAGA and like Jill Stein stands. I really poked that fucking hornet's nest.
That's why I asked about the Vanguard thing. So the reason I asked, all right, so Secular Talk is like, he started the Justice Democrats, which is how we got AOC and, you know, I mean, that whole crew, right? The whole. Right.
Yes, Chris, Trump refuses to be interviewed by the left. So I don't know what you're talking about. Keep going, guy.
Yeah. So it is an AOC and good Lord, what was the squad called? Or I'm sorry, who is in the squad? There's AOC and
Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's like 3 or 4 people, and anyways, so this YouTube channel dude, his name is Kyle Kalinske. He started the Justice Democrats, and he's responsible for those folks. Pretty big deal, not just in the YouTube sphere, but politically speaking, the dude's a big deal. And so then there's this this YouTube channel that kind of gobbles the balls of Kyle Kalinske called the Vanguard, and these guys just are they're kind of Jill Steinians, right? Like, yeah, and it sucks because they take a good thing and then they just say basically like, well, you know, they're not doing everything great, you know, because, you know, and there's valid criticism with
absolutely
what's going on in Palestine, right? I mean, that's the big one.
Careful with the word, say pal or something.
Oh, wow. Is that a thing? Oh, Lord.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
That's another thing that people on YouTube are always like, you can't use the word, you can't do this, da da da. And I'm like, man, you guys really need to like Google YouTube. I mean, you can do this for any app, censorship, and then the word. Like,
interesting.
Google, YouTube, and IG have been doing it for years at this point. Years. TikTok only recently started doing it, unfortunately.
Yep.
In the past year, basically. But yeah, it's very real.
Well,
so gotta be fucking careful.
What I find interesting is like if I say the word Texas, that won't be a problem.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's just a geographical location at the end of the day, right? So that's kind of disgusting.
It is.
Well, people don't say, you know, wipe Texas off the map.
Right.
Oh, sure they do. Come on.
Not that much.
I do it every day and I live here.
Some, yeah, I do too. But some, you know, not as much. You see what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, I get
there are little reasons, you know, I don't like it much either, but I get the reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
I really like that. Pal of mine is actually a really good one, Jarrett. I like that. Diamond Dave, see, you don't even know what you're talking about. What are you referring to? Also, you don't even know how to spell in basic fucking English.
Hey, you guys have a great night, man. I got to crash.
Oh, okay. I thought you were up for a long
time. Later, guys.
All right. Thanks for coming up. Come up anytime.
For sure, man. Y'all are awesome.
Me too. I subscribed, by the way. I subscribed to Secular Talk. Thank you for the recommendation. I gotta get better about like making my YouTubes like look like YouTube. You know what I mean? I gotta get a camera.
Yeah, you need one of those intro things, an intro song. That's a YouTube thing, and then an outro. It matters.
Oh, really? Jesus.
I only watch YouTubes that have good intros and outros.
You want to subscribe to my channel on YouTube? Really? God, that's man. So you're not subscribed to me.
Well, you're an exception. There's a few that are exceptions, but mostly, yeah, they got to have a good intro and outro.
I am the intro now.
You got to have a nifty little song, a little music.
Maybe Andrew will make me an intro song or something.
Oh yeah, I bet he'd do a good job. I know he would.
A little jingle. I gotta stop asking people for free favors, though.
Well, that's what friends do. They help each other out.
Yeah, Simon, I feel you. I'm getting another request. Just saying.
I'm just saying.
Just saying, have you been up here before on audio?
Most are under age 18. More than 50% are under age 18.
Just saying, did you accidentally request?
No. Actually, I haven't. And I just hit that button by accident, actually. Just getting up this morning.
Welcome.
Just getting up this morning, getting ready to have my coffee and take my car to the Department of Motor Vehicles to get it inspected.
Oh, nice. You just made me realize it's fucking 4 a.m. And I said 2 hours ago, I'm not going to stay up till 4 a.m. tonight.
Well, I get up.
Wide awake. God.
I get up at 3 o'clock every morning.
Yeah.
I go to bed at 3 o'clock every morning.
Thank you for the witchy kitty. We're all witchy kitties today.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, I gotta go.
All right. Thanks for saying
You have a great day.
And
good luck getting the car inspected.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Means players like Quincy Bright have a chance of strong-arming themselves toward major league dreams. What?
I'm going to send God some roses. I've never bartended. I am nocturnal. It's okay. I sometimes ask people the same thing a bunch. By the way,
Yeah,
I got this viral nail oil that TikTok shop is always like, whatever. I don't think it's worth it.
It's okay to ask somebody the same question. I always ask people what their name is. What's your name again? What was your name again? I know you told me like 2 seconds ago, but what was your name again? So it's okay.
It's absolutely okay. I ask people the same thing a lot of times. Oh, yeah. Oh, talked and loaded. That's a good, by the way, it's a good username. I like it. What's the topic tonight? Well, we just got done explaining the basics of economic policy to a bunch of red hats who then fled in fear. So that, I don't know, we're kind of looking for a new topic, I guess. I'm hungry. That's the new topic.
Hey, Brona. Thanks for calling out some truth.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for listening and supporting. I just lost a bunch of followers recently because I posted stuff that was critical of Jill Stein, unfortunately.
Hey, I wanted to ask you if you might, I don't know if you watched any of that town hall today with Trump.
I think I saw a clip. Are we talking about how he said he's going to use military force on fucking...
Well, right. This is something that people might not have noticed, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was like egg on the face of Fox.
Yeah.
and Trump. So at the very beginning of this town hall, they talked about how great it was. The early voting was taking place and how all these early votes had come in, record numbers. And the assumption by the host was this was great for Trump. You know, isn't it great, Mr. President, all this early voting that's coming in, because isn't this great for us? Isn't this great for us? So, of course, he said, yeah. Now, go back 2 weeks when Trump at a rally said early voting was stupid. But anyway, so people might not have noticed that what happened next was the host of the show looked out at the audience of all women and said, we want to put it to the audience right now, Mr. President. Show me by a show of hands how many people in this audience voted early today. You got to watch this clip, Brenna. The camera pans out. I'm watching like glue. 3 people raise their hands.
Oh my God.
You can count them. 3 people raise their hands. So yes, talk about egg on the face. They're raving about how great early voting is and the numbers and how great it is for Trump. 3 people in that audience raised their hands that they voted early.
Oh, that's amazing. Wait, can you send me that clip?
Yeah. Isn't that classic though?
That is amazing. Oh, I love that. That's great.
it totally is egg on their face. Like, look at the number of people that voted early, Mr. Trump. I guess it's not for you.
Did they even seem to realize that? Like,
well, the camera panned tight in again because they realized, I think right away, oops, you know.
Oops. That's so fucking funny. Oh my God.
And it's so the JD Vance effect of the fact that he was in front of a wheelbarrow in a horse wagon.
What do you mean?
In the Trump town hall, his backdrop behind him was a wagon wheel and a horse wagon and some stirrups.
That was it? That was like just a photo of those things?
Well, no, it was a staged background of hay, wagon wheel, and it just looked so Little House on the Prairie.
Jesus Christ.
He was trying to say, I am country.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like that. Who was it? Was it Tucker? No, or was it one of the Trump boys who took that photo in like, what was it? Like the flannel and the jeans and like the like spotless like shoes. It was just like, it was Tucker. It was Tucker. Yeah, he was cosplaying as like a farm boy or something, or just.
And also, Brenna, you might not have noticed this either. There was a poison pill in that audience because what happened was this was all pre-selected Trump supporting women in the audience.
Yeah.
But you watch some woman stood up and Trump either understood it and didn't want to address it, but one woman stood up to challenge him on abortion and say, where are our rights? Why don't women have rights anymore? And what are you going to do about the fact that our rights are being taken away? Mm-hmm. A woman in this audience stood up and called him out, and he was like, hamana. So I'm just pointing that out to you that there's a poison pill in there that she's not supposed to be there. That woman.
That's good. Did she get a question out by any chance?
That's what she said. She stood up and said, women have the right to do what they want with their own bodies, Mr. President. Where are our rights? Why are they being taken away from us? And what are you going to do about making sure that our rights aren't completely taken away? And he was like, hamana. And he basically said, it's in the States. And this is what he said, Brenna. He said, don't worry about it. It's all going to be redone because the laws are too harsh. It's all going to be redone for you. Anyway, it was just
what the fuck does that mean? That's fucking, he doesn't know how, he's just, oh my God. That's how
he's trying to placate the women. Yeah.
It's all going to be redone. Okay. Well, if it's in the hands of the states, you can't actually do that.
Right.
It's out of your hands, dude.
And then he talked about how harsh the new abortion laws are. Yeah, well, welcome to it, buddy. Yeah.
Will the states decide the issue? Why not let just individuals decide the issue, Diamond?
Exactly.
Like, you tell me why it's a big deal that states decide the issue. Because before the federal government wasn't like deciding the issue. The federal government just like protected your right up into like, like limited whatever. And each state could set their maximum amount, right? Like different states had different maximum weeks that, whatever. But the federal government just like protected your right. Now you guys took it out of like, you're saying that you think it's more important that it's an individual state's choice.
Right. Exactly.
And you're like, well, it's personal and should be up to the individual state and whatever the state. But how does that make more sense than just the individual?
Right.
Like,
exactly.
I'm beholden to what my neighbor wants to allow me to do. Right. That's more liberty than the federal government being like, okay, like you have like a basic fucking right and then you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. You took it out of the hand. What you guys keep acting like you took it out of the hands of like the federal government and put it into the hands of states, from big government to small government. What you actually did was you took it out of the hands of individuals and put it into the hands of government, of big government. Like that's what you guys did.
Yeah, they want to be able to say, Dave wants to be able to say, I don't want the government telling me what to do, but I do want the government telling those people what they can and can't do.
But don't take our guns.
Yeah, no, don't say that word though.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't want them taking things
Diamond,
from me, but it's okay.
Hold on. Diamond, you have to respect people's collective opinions. Okay, Diamond, then why not respect people's collective opinions on the national level? Nationally, the majority of people are pro-abortion rights. The majority of Americans support access to abortion. So I agree with you. We should, and we should reinstate that right for everyone. We got to listen to the collective, and the collective says we fucking want abortion.
Yep.
Congratulations. That's how democracy works.
Hey, Brenna, you might have talked about this ad nauseum, but I would love to hear your opinion on the dance the other night, on the 30-minute. I mean, you've probably talked about it, but I got to hear what your opinion is on this thing.
Wait,
what was that? On Trump's 30-minute DJ dance, bar mitzvah?
Oh my God. I couldn't watch it. I'll be honest. Well, yeah. Did you watch it? I didn't fucking.
I had to watch every minute of it because I wanted to see it.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Like literally just like listen to music with people oh my God.
Well, and people are fainted because of the heat. And what does he do? But he keeps people there for 40.
Is that what happened? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm like, that's me just active listening. I'm like, oh, is that true?
I was just saying two people fainted in the heat. And what does he do there? But he keeps them there for 40 minutes watching him dance.
You know, I just...
Oh, Brenna, wait, Brenna. Sorry to divert. Mm-hmm. One more thing you should pay attention to in this town hall today. Some woman stood up and said, I can't feed my children. I've lost my job. I'm impoverished. And I can't work because last year I broke my neck, right?
Sounds like she's on disability benefits.
He's talking about the tax credit. So Trump, what does he do? And you can watch it for yourself. Mm-hmm. She goes through this litany of her griefs and all of her tragedies. He looks back at her. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. And he says, you have a beautiful voice. That was his answer. I'm sorry. I just had to tell you that.
That's so typical though, right?
Creepy.
When women speak to him, like half the time he literally just responds with something about their physical appearance or their voice or their demeanor.
Right.
Like that he does that a lot with women.
Yeah.
Instead of actually responding to the content of what they're saying, he will say something about their demeanor, their body, their whatever. And it's just so clear he's like literally like not listening to fucking word they say.
Hey, Brennan, Doughboy asked a question of me. They're trying to ask me questions, but I don't know what they're asking me.
Mm-hmm. Because he's polite. It's actually more polite to just listen to people.
I don't know what they're asking.
They played the instruments for the Pavarotti. Wait, are you serious? States' rights supersede the Fed any day. Okay, well, what about Diamond? So it's states' rights or is it individual rights? I thought you guys were the party of individual liberty. States' rights supersede Fed rights? Exactly. But also you're like, but also it's about the collective. You have to listen to the collective. Make it make sense. Why the fuck is it about the collective up until the point where you get exactly what you want and not like the collective, the actual collective?
Some states thought they had the rights to keep slavery legal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't work out so well.
Yes. Before or after people began to faint? He's asking, was the question posed to Trump that you just described before or after people began to faint?
No. The fainting happened the other night at the bar mitzvah dance. They're two separate events. The other night was the 39-minute DJ dance fest. That was when people were fainting in the heat because there was no air conditioning, and he kept them waiting there for 40 minutes. I just thought that was really insensitive. Sorry.
Yeah. States' rights do not supersede federal rights. And where do individual rights fit into this whole thing? Did they fast? People can faint for other reasons than fasting. I faint very easily. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. There's this article that came out where I feel like it might have been the Atlantic, maybe not. So recently Kamala Harris was like, I invite you should go to his, she's like, I'm going to do something really, really odd. I'm going to tell you, go to Donald Trump's rallies and like listen to him speak. And like just watch it because he rambles on for hours and people like leave, whatever. And so the Atlantic was like, actually, bet, like, let's go check it out. They're like, we want to check it out. That was a great idea, which I totally understand because I was on here the other day and I was like, oh, would it be weird if I went to a Trump rally just to like see what it was like? And now I feel a little bit validated for that. So, I might still do it just to see what it's like. They were like, we went and we wanted to see if people actually were leaving, because, people are claiming that people are leaving his rallies. And if they were, we wanted to ask them why. So they basically like did a count. There was like, they had, I think, multiple, 4 or 5 of them or something were there, counting the crowd and then counting people as they left. When they like tracked the times that people left and would ask them, would basically like poll them as they were leaving. And basically 3 in 10 people left. 30% of the crowd at his rally left before he finished speaking. This is before he finished speaking. Now, granted, he was an hour and a half late or something. So to be fair to him, he, for some fucking reason, to be fair, I don't know why you would be an hour and a half late to your own rally if you're not just having a stroke somewhere. But yeah, so that's the one sort of thing. And a lot of it was like, well, I have work, man, or I have a life, or like I have kids. Like I had work and I'm tired and da-da-da. But to me, the funniest one was
the car.
Oh, yeah. That was funny too. No, to me, the funniest one was the Danish tourist. So you read it, but
I saw that. Yeah, right.
They were like, we spoke to like a group of like 3 guys who had the brand new like red hats on.
Yep.
And asked them, and it turned out they were visiting from Denmark. They were visiting America from Denmark, and were staying about 10 minutes away. And they said they wanted to stop in to see what American politics is like up close. Like you hear it. I forget what they said exactly. Like, we hear about it, it's like all bombastic stuff. We really wanted to see what it was like on the ground. And they got bored halfway through and whatever. To me, that is so fucking funny because, and I wanted to make a TikTok about this because that to me is like they're treating Donald Trump as like Mickey Mouse and his rallies like Disneyland.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Or like, that's.
Well, explain the car one, Brenna. The car one is funny, I think.
The car one was this one lady was leaving because, well, she said some stuff about, I like Trump what I thought was funny. I think she said that she liked him because he speaks to little people or something. I don't know, whatever. And then when asked when she was leaving, she's like, well, my phone is dying and I drive a Tesla.
Right.
So if it dies, I can't open it.
Right.
Which, by the way, is that really a thing? If your phone dies, you can't open your fucking Tesla?
I didn't know that. I guess so.
There has to be like a backup, right? Can anyone tell me that?
There are no backups.
Are you kidding me?
I am not. That's why I say Tesla is the worst example of an electric vehicle ever.
Yeah, as someone with ADHD whose phone dies all the time, would not do it.
They're just horrible. They have a card thing that opens them, but
okay, so
most of the time people don't keep it with them though, because you always got your phone.
Right.
And it's got no handles that stick out. You gotta.
What? Okay, please. Hey,
can I ask a question? This might be simplistic and it might be a dumb question, but I'm just gonna ask it anyway. How on one hand can Trump keep trashing electric vehicles and at the same time accept all of Elon Musk's money and him jumping around stage in his support? I mean, he's trashing what Elon Musk does.
Did you see that weird interview they did that they live streamed or hear it, I guess?
No, I didn't see it.
So they did, you remember, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So at one point, yeah, it was in that live stream, right? Yeah. At one point they're talking, oh man, what did they do first? Did they trash the oil industry first because of EVs, and then they like backpedaled a little, and they're like, no, but it's also like great and stuff. Basically, they did both in this interview. They like trashed oil companies, but then also just like backpedaled and I don't know. Shit, sorry, I can't deliver on exactly.
But if you're taking on
about it, there's like if you find and then also actually the other thing was, maybe that's what it was with Elon Musk. They were talking up oil, big oil, with fucking Elon Musk, and it was like, why the fuck? Like, what? What do you mean? But then in the debate against Kamala, I believe, the Kamala debate, he like pivoted at one point. He was basically like talking about like fuck oil, all these and then at the last minute he realized he had to like pivot, and then he said, but they're not that bad,
right?
Or something like that, some fucking, I don't know, wild thing. But
at every rally,
he keeps forgetting.
Every rally keeps talking about how electric cars are just going to blow up and kill people.
Yeah, Jared, that's another one.
He keeps saying electric cars are going to blow up and kill people, yet he takes all of Elon Musk's money. So it's just so hypocritical. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it is. But it's not about, I mean, the thing is, Elon Musk doesn't give a shit about the environment, you know, like, but it's not about, I mean, the thing is, Elon Musk doesn't give a shit about the environment. Can you swipe out and swipe back in? Just like swipe to another app really quickly. It's looping. Audio. Can you swipe? I'm hearing like, just swipe to another app and then come back. No. If that happens, you don't have to restart the app, guys. All you have to do is swipe to another app.
Just swipe to the next live stream and then swipe right back.
That too, but you can also next time it happens, if you want to hop up, you can. But the next time it happens, you can just swipe to another app. Like, you don't have to close the app or anything entirely. You can swipe, you know, if you're on an iPhone, you can swipe up and pick another app and then swipe back in. It's just it's a glitch that's been affecting the app lately. But yeah, if you want to hop up, you're welcome to. It like starts looping the audio, so we start hearing everything play back like a couple of seconds later. So I start hearing myself several seconds later, and then it's really hard to hear people talk. Yeah, and it just starts looping like crazy. Oh my God, for a moment, Cottage, I thought you said needed a breakup coffee. And I'm like, girl, you just got married. Needed a break for coffee. Yay. God, it's 4:16. I should probably get to sleep. Oh, someone on Twitch was apparently triggered by whatever we were saying earlier. They rage quit. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I don't know that I like this, to be honest. This oil, this viral nail oil. I used to make my own nail oil, and I wanted to see. It's fine, but I just don't like the fucking dispenser. Oh, so when he's talking about the enemy within that he's gonna use the military against, it's her? That's what you're talking about? So he's gonna...
Political opponents.
He's gonna send the military after Kamala Harris? Should Biden send the military after him? That's what you're defending right now? Yeah, why is that better? Exactly. I fail to see how that's a good argument. You're just proving our point. He's planning on sending the military after just civilians. Yes, please. Talk if you want, join the, if you go into the link tree again, and join the Discord, you can send me links through there more easily, if that works. That's okay. I'm gonna start doing that more. I'm gonna start sending people to the Discord to send me links. I can't believe I haven't been doing that this whole time.
I'm curious, why do we put oil on our nails?
It just keeps them healthy and like moisturized, and it's mainly for the cuticles, but like healthy cuticles and healthy skin around the nails helps with the nails themselves. This is supposed to be like a nail growth oil. I don't think it actually helps the nails. Like basically, if you just keep your nail beds and your cuticles and stuff nice and moisturized and stuff, that it promotes healthy nails and stuff.
Okay. I'd never heard of nail oil before, so I was like, what is that?
I mean, they call this nail growth oil. I don't think it actually. Yeah, right, Cottage. Okay, thank you, Talk. I wish there was like a way. I wonder if there's like a way to set up a Discord that's like a submission Discord or something, so that people are able to like send me links. I mean, I guess they can just message them to me directly, but I think I have to accept friends or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you have to open to go and join the Discord. You have to open it in another browser. The TikTok browser won't work. So just go to the little 3 dots on the top of the hamburger, whatever it is, and push open in another browser, and then you should be able to join up.
I didn't know that. That's annoying.
It's just like 2 extra steps.
That's good to know. Thank you, guys. I'm working me. I keep applying this. I think you're only supposed to apply it like once at night. I can't leave things well enough alone. That's my problem. I did. So, okay. You don't do that because. So I did have my Discord linked to subscribers. So if you subscribe to me, it automatically adds you to the Discord and gives you a special status, like, or assigns you a role, which gets you access to like one of the private things, I guess. What are Twitch points? I have a Twitch. I gotta figure out monetization on YouTube and Twitch. Is there monetization on like YouTube Live or anything like that? Like, do they do like tipping or whatever? The way you do here?
Yeah, people can send super chats, is what they call them, I believe.
Super chats.
Yeah, that's where you pay money to get a special place for your question or comment or whatever. And then whoever you pay to do that, they read that off. Because you paid them. Yay.
Yeah. Okay. I gotta set up, I don't know if I'm actually, so I have enough followers for YouTube monetizing the channel, but I don't know that I have enough like watch hours. I went to go see if I could turn it on, and then it was like, you need some watch hours in the last whatever. And I'm like, I don't think I post long enough content to have that many watch hours. How do I figure this out? I should probably figure YouTube out more. God, I feel so old. I feel so old. I'm working late. Who are these people I'm subscribed to? Oh, okay. Okay, you can buy Twitch points. Was that close in Twitch? How many people do I need on Twitch? I have like no followers on Twitch. Like Twitch is the lowest because I don't post my daily things. Oh, it's getting worse. I feel like this is the best angle to see how fucking bad it looks. Whatever. Okay, cool. Thank you, Todd. Did you send it to me on Discord? Welcome. You can send it in the general thing. You sent me a wave. Wave. Hi. I don't know if I... Here we go. I don't know how to respond to that. I don't do much Discord stuff. But I see you. Thank you.
I still haven't figured out how to navigate the Discord.
Yeah. Well, you gotta like set it all up, but yeah. In Twitch, you buy bits and then give bits, or buy subs to gift. Oh, okay. To pick a view in 11 in 80s sportswear. We love it. We love to see it. Oh, for some reason I have like streamer mode on or something. Some of the... It just says J ... Oh, I guess because we're not friends or something. I don't know. Yes, please talk if that's cool. There's like 5 of us on the Discord, really. No one uses it. I don't use it. But yeah, please. Is it okay if I use it? And I don't know if I will, but I'm trying to come up with something that's like a little bit less political to post. That's a little bit more lighthearted, because my algo's getting dark. Not my algo, my fucking content. Sometimes I go a little bit too hard on the news and the stuff, you know. No. I use it in that it's open here, and if you tell me you're sending me something, I can access it. Like, people have sent me links on there. I'm just saying, like, if you're worried that someone's gonna like grab the clip and like scoop you on it, that's not gonna happen, really. You can also, like, I think direct message it to me if you don't want anyone else to see it, but I'm just saying it should be fine in there. I have the Discord open while I'm on live sometimes when I remember to, but that's about it. I'm working need. Guess, oh, I think I told you guys already. You do want people to see it. Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, great. I will repost. I'm working. Yeah, I don't think I have enough like watch time. How do I find this out? Rizzo's so cute in my little banner on YouTube. My YouTube does not look very professional. Egg McMuffin on Flex's face. Ah, yes, Diamond. Ignore all the content of what she said and just pick out a few stray things. I can do the same thing for Trump. In fact, actually, no. I could say everything that Trump says for an hour straight, and it will make him look way fucking worse. I don't even have to, like, cut out words.
But he has all the best words.
All the best words. Wait, God, did we talk about The Apprentice, the movie?
No, I didn't see that, obviously. I seen that you saw that.
Are you gonna see it, by any chance?
I'm not gonna go to a theater.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I've been to one of those once. That was enough.
Once? That's it?
Yeah. That was enough.
You hated it that much?
Yeah, it was horrible.
Why? I'm sorry.
Too many people. It was smelled bad. It was nasty.
Okay.
The screen was hard to see. It was a long time ago.
Theater in years, to be fair. So you two talked, and thank you. Thanks for coming up and everything.
I went and saw White Fang, the movie. whenever it came out. It was a long time ago.
Is it like about a wolf or something?
Yeah.
Damn, I don't think I've seen that. That's funny.
I've seen it the one time.
I'll go live in 1993. He asks. Is that when White Fang came out?
I don't remember the year.
Damn. I don't keep a live schedule. Also, we don't always do political debates. These days we do more than not, but we do a lot of just hanging out and body doubling and stuff. I try to come on usually like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Sometimes more, sometimes less. And sometimes I get banned. I was banned last week. I pissed someone off. Either Mama Tot people or MAGA Tot.
Oh, Dave says she was raised in a wealthy family, but Trump wasn't. Come on, bro. Come on.
What? Are you fucking kidding me, Simon? That's the problem with Kamala. You claim that she was raised in a wealthy family, which, by the way, not fucking true. Not actually true. She was raised in a middle-class family. And that you think that's... How does that make her worse than fucking Trump? Born to a very, very wealthy man. I don't think... Was he technically... Was Trump senior? A fucking...
Oh, yeah. He was very wealthy.
No, but was he a billionaire? Do we know that? I don't think so.
I don't think he was a billionaire, no. But he had hundreds of millions.
Go for it. Stitch him and duet away.
And millions, hundreds of millions worth of real estate and such. Yeah. I don't remember the exact numbers. It's been a while since I read about him.
Trump knows the real America. Golden toilet. Trump knows the real America. Don't make me fucking laugh, dude.
Right.
Line. Now, okay. You're actually just a progressive, right? You're just trolling. You're pretending.
Dave may actually just be a bot.
He may actually be that.
That's why I stopped interacting with him at all.
What made you think that?
It's just random things and never really any real responses at all.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. I'm working.
I mean, they've gotten better, but they're still not good. You know, the bots.
Yeah.
Oh, and since you didn't get to see the comet, I made a video, so you have to look at my video of the comet.
What? Oh, okay. Learn more. Sorry. Wait, learn more. What is going on? Fancy tube features. Into a brand account. Damn, okay. The hell? What is going on? I'm working late. Good night. Channel, general, basic, advanced settings. Enabled. Okay. Channel history. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm eligible to apply for monetization. Apply? I have to apply? Sorry, I just got distracted. Wait, God, were you in here when I? No, you weren't. You weren't in here when I started my live. Did you see my timeline that I made? That I've been working on?
Not. No.
So remember the other day when we were talking about how I was like, there must be like a timeline to show when like control of the House and the Senate and stuff by party.
Yeah.
I Googled a little bit and I couldn't find it. I'm sure one exists somewhere, but I couldn't find it. Anyway, I made my own. I've been working on it. I went through and wrote down all the years, and I'm going to add the president. I'm going to add like important dates and stuff. So like, for example, this is 1930. So as you can see, Republicans, I did basically 100 years, technically 104 years, right? So 1920 to here. The decade leading up to the market crash and then the Great Depression was, of course, Republican, run policy. Then Dems took over running on government intervention. All of this, when they say they want to make things great again, they usually, when you ask them, they usually say some decade within here. Funny enough.
Yeah, that's going to be real handy right there.
Yeah. Usually it's some decade right in here that they really love as like the greatest time, which is really interesting. And then they say that things have been getting real bad over the last 16, 20 years. They like to say that, it's because Democrats have been in charge this whole time. I mean, that's funny, right? This is funny.
Yeah.
But the other thing I do want to do, because I realized after I was doing this, is like the problem here is that if we can't, I got to show also when they have a supermajority and stuff, because that also defines how much policy they can actually, how much they can actually get done. But I think this is a good start because it shows, and I'm also going to add the presidents. I'm going to add major dates. I think eventually I'll also add like a marker for the supermajority, like I said, and then. And
that's going to be handy, and that was a good idea.
Yeah.
I know we I don't know if I've done it on here, but on live streams talking about political stuff, you can say the years of things and who was in charge, and they just skirt right around it like you didn't just point all that out. So it would be really nice to have a chart to just this is how it was.
Yeah. Download.
Yeah, Cottage, I think it is a bot, and it only wants to interact with Brenna. It ignores everyone else.
When was the DR switch? So the DR switch was actually right at, the big one. Well, they call it the switch, right? Because there was like the Southern Democrats that were like a whole thing, and people were like, well, at some party, the party's flipped. That's not actually the whole story. Because people think that means that they flipped on everything. The main thing that they flipped on was this idea of big government, small government. It happened in 1930 because Republicans had fucked up the economy so poorly, and the stock market crash happened, and Hoover, who's president, basically refused to do anything about it. He was like anti-intervention. So Roosevelt saw an opportunity where he's like, no, Americans want the government to intervene and fix this, right? Because, the banks fucking ran amok and whatever. So he and Democrats started running on this idea of like the government stepping in and fixing the situation and like doing like, more regulation of big industries like banking and all this kind of stuff. So they won, and they were insanely popular. They had like a few big, especially very big years over the next few decades, because they were basically like, we're gonna the government is going to be a little bit more involved in ensuring that everyone's like having a good life and like investing in American prosperity and stuff, which is why like the 1950s and the 1960s and 1970s and stuff, but like especially the 50s and 60s were so prosperous. It's because the government was like, yeah, no, we're here to like to actually be involved and like invest in shit and protect people from bad shit and all that kind of stuff. So they invested heavily in infrastructure. They invested heavily in higher education and scholarships and, you know, loans and whatnot, you know, financial aid. They invested heavily in, oh God, what's the other one? I don't know. I wrote a bunch of this down. But basically, yeah, so they, let me see, blah, blah, blah. Oh, the other thing that they did was obviously the top marginal tax rate in the 1950s and 60s was, it depends on the year. It went back and forth a little bit, but 91 to 92%. It was the highest marginal tax rate. And it was set to above any money made above $200,000 was taxed at 91 or 92%. Now, $200,000 income would be equivalent to $2 million today. So obviously very few people were hitting that marginal tax rate. But the effective tax rate of the wealthiest people in America was averaged at around 45%. And that has gone down to like 30-something% now is the effective tax rate of the wealthiest Americans. Yeah. So all these things, you know, these eras where they're like, we want to go back to then, it's like, great. So you want Democrat policies, Democrat economic policy. And when they say no, then it's like, okay, oh, so you just want the racism and sexism. That's it. Okay.
Yeah. People on the right, they like to pretend that Democrats and Republicans just woke up one morning and decided to switch names. That's not how that worked. That's how they think about it.
And then the other part of the switch, what like it kind of completed. It started with like big government involvement versus small government involvement. You know, big government, whatever, and it kind of finished in the 1950s and 60s when there were because basically like the racism lines and stuff were very much divided along North and South lines. So Northern Democrats and Northern Republicans, when the civil rights movement started kind of coming around, they were like the Northern ones were like a little bit more supportive of stuff, and Southern Democrats, Southern Republicans were not, and which makes sense just historically, right? What was, you know, it was a whole states' rights thing. But then in the 1950s and 60s with Goldwater, Republicans basically said that they took the position that the federal government passing, this was in 1964, passing the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and then someone else, they said that that was federal government overreach. That they said that that was big government, you know, being too, you know, exercising too much power to ensure the rights of Black Americans or whatever. And so as a result, most Black Republicans left the party and started, you know, voting Democrat. And so they that's how that big switch basically happened.
Yeah, I was going to talk about some of that whenever whoever it was said 1950 earlier. Well, let's go back to 1950. I'm like, wait a minute. There was still some pretty bad stuff going on for, you know, racist stuff.
Well, that's also why I want to say, like, yeah, I mean, because they say, no, just the economy. We're not talking about that. We're talking because America was prosperous. Okay, great. It was prosperous because of big government, Democrat policies, and high taxation, and heavy investment into infrastructure, education, social services, everything. Great.
Just pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm.
Higher taxes for the wealthy. Heck yes.
Higher taxes for the working.
It works. It worked in the past. It can work again.
Working lately. Safe.
Why not them pay their fair share on what they're getting? Because they don't currently pay their fair share. You probably pay more in tax than Trump does. Caleb.
Yeah. Well, I get penalized for doing better. It's not penalized. It's just paying
Paying
more.
your fair share.
What do you fucking mean, dude? You didn't inherit 400 million. Cool. Well, someone who did, unless there's loopholes, but people who inherit 400 million pay taxes on the money that they inherit. There is an inheritance tax. So you're not paying money. You're not paying taxes on money that you did not receive. Correct. Congratulations. Welcome to your taxes are your taxes and someone else's taxes are someone else's taxes. I know. Yeah, Caleb, that was the loophole I'm talking about. In theory. But there is like taxation through some stuff. You bet I'm not a millionaire? Correct, I'm not a millionaire. Are you? Yeah, right, Simon.
It's kind of sad that they're worried about the wealthy people losing some of their money and less worried about the people that don't have houses and food.
Why is anyone listening to me about economics? Because you don't have to be a millionaire to fucking know about economics. Obviously. What do you fucking mean? Comments positive. Actually, they won't, Kyle. They will literally ruin your future, and I can fucking prove it. Are you listening to me, Simon? Or to who? To Caleb? Harney. Cool. I can make it shareable too. Yeah, plenty of economists are not millionaires. It makes perfect sense. I don't think you understand what, like, knowing about the economy is versus running a business, which, by the way, I did very successfully until the fucking pandemic came and, like, fucking ran my industry, the whole fucking industry, into a new era of shit. But yeah, I am a successful business owner. And I have assets, let's just say that. I have amassed assets and I do well with my assets. I'm not a millionaire, but that's okay. But also, you don't have to be a millionaire to understand the economy. That's not how that works. $6K for the first year. It's more than that, Kyle. Yeah, what's a metaphor? What's a fucking metaphor? Okay, let's see. I'm looking read. I'm gonna add wait, I need to change this. This is not accurate. I need to I'm working late. Edit. No. Jesus. The fuck? Here we go. No, she did pretty well. But the guy just kept speaking over her. He asked her a question, and as soon as she started answering, he just started speaking over her, and that happened multiple times. He didn't want to let her answer because he knew that she had good answers, so he kind of embarrassed himself. It was pretty pathetic. Damn Gainhouse. Is that bot still in here fucking commenting the same stuff? 2018.
He was a minute ago. I suppose I'm gonna have to watch that since everybody's gonna talk about it. I mean, I listened to part of it here, but I was in and out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's an easy watch, but
I guess I'll watch the
yeah.
Trump, whatever it was, too. What was it, a town hall or something?
Yeah, I gotta go find that.
I really don't wanna. He's kind of like one of these bots. He just says the same stuff over and over again. Every now and again, throw some random words that don't go together in there.
No.
The more she talks, the more her numbers go down. But just, what was it, a few years ago, y'all didn't like the polls? They're no good. Don't trust the polls. Gotta have it both ways, though. Depends on what suits you best.
Yes. But then, and also, Cottage actually pulled up real polls today and started talking about what they said. Kamala's actually doing quite well, and they're like, no, not those polls. So, and I told them then, I don't care. You want to come in here and you say he's gonna win? Okay. I mean, I guess we'll find out, huh? I guess we'll fucking find out.
Yeah.
You think so, Kyle? Get out of here. Don't be a fucking troll.
Yeah, I bet he will.
I'll grant you that. That's fucking funny. 2020 and to 2022. I'm working late. Day 4. Okay.
And I'm actually going to bounce. I can't sit in this chair anymore. And I can't go outside because it's cold. So I'm going to go watch some YouTube or something. And y'all have a great night.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to hop off too.
Good night, college.
I've been thinking I'm going to go to sleep for 3 hours now. So
yeah.
We failed.
We did fail again. Good night, everybody.
Good night. All right, guys. What is cold to me? To him? Yeah, it's not cold. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. This was a nice hang. I really, really meant it to be short. I got a little too distracted by you guys. This is good. That's good. That's a good thing. Thank you. I'm not complaining. I'm complaining about myself. Anyway, this was fun. Thank you all. I'm looking forward to seeing y'all again. Be sure to find me through the link and the thing, and all that kind of stuff. All right. Good night.